sentence you to life in confinement without parole.
That's f***ing horse shit. You do whatever the f*** you want.
Why are they shutting my mic off?
I'm the federal witness of the United States federal government. I demand some goddamn respect, you. All I did was trespass on property.
Ma'am, you gotta create the community that you want to live in.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
We installed this. Good morning, this is Judge Weiss, Osceola. Do you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Whoa. I'd say loud and clear, but it's really loud and clear.
Can you repeat that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so this is Judge Weiss, and we're here for initial appearances, Osceola County, for April 23rd, 2022. I'm going to ask the parties to give their appearances, please, starting with the state.
Christina Brooks on behalf of the state.
Did you all hear that?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Can you do that again? We didn't hear you.
Christina Brooks on behalf of the state.
Christina Brooks, okay.
Michelle Catano on behalf of the defense.
Okay, how do I spell your last name, just so I can address you properly?
Quiteno.
Thank you. Catano. Okay. And do we have someone there for a pretrial release?
Yes, John Marino.
John Marino. Okay. All right. So the, let's see, the first one that I have is Rakia Allen.
Yes, Your Honor, I just want to let you know we do have some that need a Spanish interpreter. I don't know if you want to do those last or first.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that first. Do we can we get the interpreter on the line? Do we? Sometimes they're in person, sometimes they're online. Oh, we call them? Okay. The last one was really right there. All right, hang on a sec. Which one am I using? I've never. Call. Interpreter.
Yeah, we had 15. These are mine, though.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been, actually, I have not been sworn this morning, Your Honor. My apologies.
All right, I'm going to ask the clerk to go ahead and swear you in, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You swear to translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, testimonies given?
I do. For the record, Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter.
All right, thank you, sir. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to handle our interpreter requirements first. So, ma'am, if you'll call them, I will look for them in the pile.
Yes, Your Honor. Martinez Estrada, Osmani. I can't see that. Martinez Estrada.
And, Your Honor, the interpreter would just respectfully request that whatever extent you do have a case number, if you could provide it for the interpreter.
Okay. Okay, I see it. It's about, we're halfway down. Okay, could you state your name for the record, please?
¿Me puede dar su nombre para que conste en acta, por favor?
Osmani Martínez Estrada.
Osmani Martínez Estrada.
Okay. Okay, sir. Sir, we are, I'm sorry, was this?
Oh, okay.
His bond's been paid.
Okay, his bond has been paid, Your Honor.
Su
Okay.
señoría, la fianza ha sido pagada.
Okay, so sir, your bond has been paid, but my responsibility is to tell you what you've been charged with today, which is operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Señor, ya su fianza ha sido pagada, pero mi responsabilidad en el día de hoy es alertarle a usted cuáles son sus cargos, que son conducir sin tener licencia válida de conducir.
And the court found probable cause to support that charge.
Y el juzgado determinó que existía motivo fundado para apoyar ese cargo.
Your bond of $500 has been paid,
Ya su fianza de $500 ha sido pagada.
and the only restriction I'm going to add is that you not drive.
Y la única restricción que le voy a añadir es que no se le permite conducir.
Okay. Sir, are you asking for a public defender to be appointed to your case?
Señor, ¿usted pide que se le designe un defensor público en su caso?
¿Cómo no le escuché?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Are you able to provide to afford an attorney to represent you?
¿Usted puede costear un abogado para que lo represente?
No.
No.
All right, I'm going to ask Ms. Brooks. Ms. Catania. Did he fill out a request for PD?
Yes,
Le voy a preguntar a la licenciada Quiteño si él había completado una solicitud para la defensor público.
yes, Your Honor.
Sí,
Okay.
señoría.
All right, so I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you, sir.
Le voy a designar las oficinas al defensor público para que los representen, caballero.
And that will be your
Okay.
attorney throughout this proceeding, and I recommend that you get in touch with her after today's hearing, okay?
Ella será su abogada durante este procedimiento y les recomiendo que se pongan en contacto con ella después que termine la vista del día de hoy.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, caballero.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Technically, his bond was already paid. He should not have been up here. So, you gave him conditions, but he's already been processed out. Like,
Su señoría, ella se le ha pagado su fianza, no le debía razón para que él estuviera aquí parado. Usted le puso condiciones, pero ya él estaba libre sin esas condiciones.
Well, here's what I'll do. I will suggest to him that he not drive. I will not make that a condition of his bond since his bond has already been paid. And certainly the judge that he appears before will likely make those suggestions or possibly a part of any terms or conditions going forward, okay?
Lo que voy a hacer es lo siguiente, le voy a sugerir al caballero que no vuelva a conducir, ya que su fianza ha sido pagada, pero me imagino que el juez que va a escuchar el caso le va a sugerir o lo va a hacer parte de su orden de que él no pueda conducir.
All right, you're good to go. Take care.
¿Está listo? Cuídese.
Hi. What's that sound?
And next one, Your Honor, is Jesus Ramos Rodriguez.
Okay. That's two down. All right, could you state your name, please?
¿Puede decir su nombre, por favor? Jesús Ramos Rodríguez.
All right, Mr. Ramos Rodriguez, you are being held based on a warrant issued from Orange County, Florida.
Señor Ramos Rodríguez, usted ha sido detenido basado en una orden de arresto que fue emitida del condado de Orange.
Okay, and that warrant is, hang on.
Y esa orden fue, un momento.
Okay, I believe the interpreter wanted case number 2021 MM4669.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. That is
El caso 21 MMS 4669.
one of the failures to appear. There are several of them.
Esto es un caso de falta de comparecencia, hay varios.
Yeah, so, but the one that that's being referenced to me here is 2021 CF 11890.
Pero el que se menciona en este momento es el 21CF 11890.
Okay, so he will be held until such time that he'll be transferred to Orange County to appear before a judge.
Será detenido hasta el momento que sea transportado al condado de Orange para que se presente en frente de ese juez.
All right, thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias, caballero.
Your Honor, the next client is Angel Santos Jimenez.
Okay. Okay, I see it. Can you state your name, please?
¿Me puede decir su nombre, por favor? Ángel Santos Jimenez.
All right, sir, you are being held based on a charge trespass to an occupied structure. Bond has been set at $500. I did review.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead,
Your
sir.
Honor.
No, go
Ha
ahead,
sido
sir.
detenido por presencia ilegal en una estructura ocupada. Su fianza ha sido programada en $500.
Okay, I did review the officer's affidavit and find probable cause to support the charge.
He revisado la affidavit del agente policíaco. Determino que existe motivo fundado para apoyar el cargo.
Bond is issued at $500.
Your Honor.
La fianza está programada en $500. Su señoría.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we would request ROR at this time. Mr. Santos Jimenez is homeless, and we would request ROR.
Su señoría, pedimos libertad bajo palabra. El señor Santos Jiménez está desamparado, no tiene hogar, por lo tanto pedimos libertad bajo palabra.
Okay, let me start by appointing the public defender to represent you.
Primero que todo voy a designar las oficinas del defensor público para que lo representen a usted.
I will ask the state for its response.
Le voy a pedir a la fiscalía que me responda.
The state has no objection to RR, Your Honor.
All
La
right,
fiscalía no tiene objeción a libertad bajo palabra, su señoría.
all right. Based on no objection from the state and the low risk assessment that I see from the attached information sheet, the court will ROR. Please explain to gentleman ROR and what his responsibilities are for the next hearing.
Basado en que no hay objeción por parte de la fiscalía y el bajo riesgo basado en la evaluación, le voy a dar libertad bajo palabra. Por favor, explíquenle al caballero cuáles son sus responsabilidades bajo libertad bajo palabra.
All right, that'll be it. Thank you, sir.
Eso es todo. Gracias, caballero. Thank you.
Those are the three Spanish we have. Anyone else need a Spanish interpreter? Oh, there's one more, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's all your name. I can't.
What's the last name, ma'am?
Aponte Ortiz Carlos.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter was not able to hear that name.
Aponte
Apologies.
Ortiz.
Thank you.
Okay, let me look. Okay, it's third one down. All right, could you state your name, please?
¿Me puede decir su nombre, por favor?
¿Cómo?
What?
Can you state your name, please?
¿Me puede decir su nombre, por favor?
Ortiz.
Carlos Aponte Ortiz.
Okay, Mr. Aponte Ortiz, you've asked for the services of the interpreter, so please wait until the interpreter states in Spanish what I'm asking.
Señor, usted pidió la ayuda del intérprete, por lo tanto, espere a que el intérprete le diga lo que yo le estoy preguntando antes que usted empiece a contestar.
Okay, sir, you're being held based on a charge of trespass after warning with a bond set at $500. The court reviewed the affidavit from the officer and finds probable cause to support the charge.
Señor, ustedes le acusan de presencia ilegal después de aviso. Tiene una fianza de $500. El juzgado ha revisado la affidavit del agente policíaco. Determinamos que existe motivo fundado para apoyar el cargo.
Okay, is he asking for the services of the public defender?
¿Él está solicitando los servicios del defensor público? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Su señoría.
All right, the court will appoint the public defender so long as the paperwork is properly completed and approved.
Yes, Your Honor, we would.
Sí,
request
señoría, vamos.
ROR.
Las oficinas del defensor público serán designados siempre y cuando la documentación esté completa y esté aprobada. Y su señoría pedimos que se le dé libertad bajo palabra.
Okay, response from the state?
Respuesta por parte de la fiscalía.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I wasn't.
Yes, ma'am.
Disculpe, ¿me puede repetir?
The public defender requested ROR for the gentleman.
El defensor público pidió libertad bajo palabra para el caballero.
The state has no objection.
La fiscalía no tiene objeción.
Okay, so the court will grant the request from the public defender. He will be ROR, and I am going to put a condition on these that they not return to the scene of the incident. This here is the Sunoco, which information is provided on the arrest report.
Voy a dar el pedimento del defensor público de libertad bajo palabra, pero le voy a poner condiciones a estas libertades bajo palabra que no pueden regresar al lugar de los acontecimientos. El sitio es el Sunoco y esta información está contenida en el affidavit de arresto de parte del agente policíaco.
Okay. All right. So let's. Thank you, sir. Let's
Gracias,
ask.
caballero.
Let's ask one more time if there's anybody else who needs the services of the interpreter.
Anyone else, Spanish interpreter? No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Interpreter. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Your Honor. I'll be on standby for Orange County.
Excellent. All right. Let's see if I can end. Okay. I don't have to do anything. All right. Great. All right. So we're going to start with Rakia Allen, and yeah. Can you state your name, please?
Ricky Allen.
Okay, Ms. Allen, you are being held based on a failure to appear on written promise, case number 2014 CF 2357. The failure to appear, which is the outstanding warrant, does not have a bond, so you will be held until you appear before a judge of the Osceola Court. Okay? Whoa. All right, thank you, ma'am. Next case I have is Byron Andrews.
Byron Andrews.
All right. You state your name, please.
Byron Andrews.
All right, Mr. Andrews, you are being held based on two charges: a third-degree felony, possession of controlled substance without a prescription, and secondly, a first-degree misdemeanor, possession and use of drug paraphernalia. Total of $3,250 on that bond. I did review the information that was provided by the officer and do find probable cause for these charges. The court will appoint a public defender to represent you. And then I would note that, so depending on, hang on. All right, I'm going to leave those bonds as is. So $3,250. There is a possibility, sir, that the bonds could be, if you don't bond out, it could be changed by the assigned judge, because it's stating here that it's methamphetamine, which requires a higher bond. But if the officer determined that the appropriate bond was $2,500, I'm not going to challenge that. So we'll leave that. You also have two other cases, which are failure to appear on written promise and a failure to appear on written promise. Case number 2021 CF2181. There are bonds on that failure to appear. The first one is $2,000. The second one is $500 for a total of $2,500. So you would first have to come up with a bond for the failure to appear, or otherwise you can just wait until you appear before, I believe it's Judge Karsten in Osceola County. And then you have these other cases that you're going to have to deal with as well, which are the new cases. So you've got two failures to appear with bond, and then 2 new cases involving similar charges. I will appoint the public defender. Anything further?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. There you go. That goes with that. All right, next up, I have Philip Banks. You state your name, please.
Philip Banks.
All right, Mr. Banks, you are being held on a first-degree felony committing domestic battery by strangulation. Currently, there's a 0 bond attached to that. I'm going to ask PTR, have you spoken with the victim?
No, Your Honor, we left a voicemail.
She left a voicemail, but no response?
No actual contact.
Okay, yeah, I see that in your forms here. I see that there's a prior domestic violence charge.
Yes, Your Honor, 1 second.
Okay.
In 2021, he had a domestic violence charge, same victim, it was dropped. In 2017, he had 3 FTAs.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Based on the history here, the court will issue a. Hang on 1 sec. State, do you want to weigh in on a bond?
Your Honor, with the inability to speak with the victim and the defendant's prior history with the victim, the state would ask that the bond be left at no bond.
The bond be what?
Be left at 0.
Okay. So I'm going to appoint the public defender, and I'll ask Ms. Cateno. Is it Cateno? Am I saying that right?
No, that's fine, Your Honor.
Cateno? Okay. Ma'am, what is your response?
Well, I would like a reasonable bond set for this case, Your Honor, with no contact with the victim. They have a child together.
Okay. Based on what I know at this point, which is a snapshot of the priors as well as the facts of this case, the court will set a bond at $5,000. The court will require no contact whatsoever with the victim. The court will require separate residences. The court will allow you to go back to the residence 1 time to obtain your belongings with law enforcement. Further, no possession of any guns, firearms, weapons of any kind. And that'll be it. Next one, Johnny Booth. You state your name, please.
Johnny Booth.
All right, sir, you're being held on a first-degree misdemeanor, battery. Looks like they changed it to a 0 bond based on the domestic nature of this, but it does appear that there's probable cause to support those charges. I'm going to ask PTR. It says here, victim wishes to have contact due to child. Any
Go ahead.
any other information you can give me on this?
1 second, Your Honor. sorry, Your Honor. Yes, we made contact, and the victim would like to have contact due to the child. They do live together. He does qualify for a bond with PTR. He has no Florida prior history.
Okay, so, well, it says prior domestic violence charge.
Yeah,
Was that,
he does have a prior out of North Carolina, but no Florida prior.
okay. And you gave the opportunity to the victim to speak to the court today?
Yes. About
All right.
attending court.
Yeah.
However, they weren't able to make it.
All right. So the court will issue a bond of $5,000. The court will require no hostile contact with the victim. The court will further require no possession of any weapons or firearms. If you have any, they must be surrendered to law enforcement immediately. And that's it. And I think I pointed to PD.
Your Honor,
Was there something else, ma'am?
Do they maintain the same residence?
I believe they do. I thought that's what they said. Yes, they do. They maintain the same residence. Oh. Yes.
I was just informed that the victim is actually wanting contact only in regards to the child, but she does not wish to have direct contact with him.
Okay. Yeah, that's an important fact for me to know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to revoke my prior determination. The court will find that there's to be no contact with the victim, that they are to maintain separate residences. If he has belongings in that residence, he may return one time with law enforcement in order to obtain his belongings. No guns or firearms or weapons. And when it comes to contact with the child, that can be worked out with the courts. That's not something I feel comfortable doing in the next few days without bringing this to the attention of the assigned judge of the case. All right, so no contact. All right.
Your Honor, would that be with PTR supervision or without?
With PTR.
Okay.
Okay, next one I have is Joseph Samaglia. You state your name, please.
Joseph Samaglia.
All right, sir, you're being held based on a violation of probation in case number 2021 CF 1046. Based on that, you will be held until you appear before the assigned judge in Osceola. Let's see, there's also, is that a separate charge? Yeah, there's also another charge here of a failure to appear in case number 2021 CF 1046. So you've got two charges. Neither of them have a bond. So you will be held until you appear before the assigned judge.
Sir, could you tell me what that case is for? Because I only have a violation. I don't have no charge.
It looks like there's a few of them. One is failure to operate motor vehicle, with a valid license, that your license is suspended. There's several here. But what I'll do is I will appoint the public defender to represent you. And as your attorney, she will have the opportunity to go over this packet with you. I just don't have time to do that now. I have about 45 pages or so that are attached here listing several violations that are here. Okay?
I have no open cases in Osceola, sir. There's some kind of mistake. I only have a violation.
Yeah, I have
I have
so
no
it's a
open cases
violation.
at all. I was out on house arrest. I had no open cases, no bond, no nothing.
Okay,
You're on a
it's
violation
possible.
for not changing address.
All right, it's possible that your violations arise out of a different county, and that they transferred probation
This
to
is,
be.
this is the only case I have open is in Osceola County, and I was on house arrest, and I violated by not reporting. I have no open cases at all, Your Honor. I know this for a fact. I've been doing this for 25 years. I know I have nothing open.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, here's what I'm doing. I'm appointing the public defender to serve as your attorney. She will provide you with the specific information that I have as well. But for now, you are being held. You're being held on this particular case, and you are a felon of special concern. I'm sure you probably aren't surprised that there's other charges that are out there, either
There
resolved
should be
or.
no open charges, sir. I know this for a
Okay.
fact. There should be
Okay.
no open charges. That's what's
Well, based
concerning
on-
me right now is that you're telling me I have open charges. I know for a fact I have no open cases anywhere.
Okay, I am not sure that those cases are open, so I'm only telling you, and I'm only giving you the initial appearance, and telling you that the only charge that I'm holding you on is this violation of probation. When it comes to the specifics of that and what the status of those charges are, the judge assigned to your case will handle that for you. It's not going to be me. It'll be someone else in Osceola. And your attorney will be able to share with you what they have either open or why they believe you failed to appear in that, okay? Or not failed to
Can you tell me my next
appear.
court date, please?
Can I tell you what?
My next court date, please?
I'm not sure. I think what's going to happen is your attorney, the public defender's office, will provide you with that information because they have to request a hearing if, in fact, you want to bring this to the attention of the judge. They'll request a hearing, and the judge will take it from
I
there.
have to go in front of another judge anyway, so I should have a court date, right?
I'm not sure what your court date would be. I don't have that information right now because I'm not with the Osceola County Clerk's office right now. So we don't have any of that information. But again, that's why I'm giving you an attorney that she'll provide you with all the information that you need.
Right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, did you also address the FTA? Joseph?
I thought I did.
You did? Okay.
Okay. Next case I have is Darren Collier. All right. Can you state your name, please?
Darren Collier.
All right, Mr. Collier, you're being held on a battery, but with a zero bond. So it should say a domestic battery because generally with a battery we give a bond. So when I read the officer's report, it shows that there's an enhancement of domestic violence to it. So that's why they're holding you on a zero bond on this. Now, I see attached to here from pretrial service release that there's a victim notification card was given.
Correct, Your Honor. We made contact with the victim actually, and the victim was requesting no contact. She is in fear for her life, and she does not want him to return home.
Okay. What kind of history do we have, if any?
1 second, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He has no Florida history. However, he does have history out of Pennsylvania for a simple assault in 2005, harassment as well. History out of New Jersey dating back to 1991 for larceny and robbery. He is also wanted out of Georgia in 2019. However, there's no extradition.
Okay. Thank you. So here's what we'll do. The court will set a bond at $1,500. The court will require a no contact order with the victim. The court will require separate residences. If he wants to return one time with law enforcement to get his belongings, he may do so. The court will require no weapons No knives, no firearms. If so, if he has them, must be turned over to law enforcement immediately. And because there's alcoholic beverage that the officer believes is associated with this, I'm going to require no drugs or alcohol can PTR get involved in this?
No, Your Honor, he doesn't qualify for PTR at this time because of the out-of-state warrant.
Okay. All right, that'll be it. Oh, I didn't see this one. It wasn't connected. All right, next I have is Apple Costa. You state your name, please?
Apple Costa.
Ma'am, you're being held on a couple things here. So first one that we have is, oh my God. PTR, I think there's something going on with your mic.
Sorry. When I talk to her, I have to cut that off.
Okay. All right, so ma'am, you're, oh my God. There's something going on with somebody's mic over there is too loud or needs to be. Let's try this. PTR, are you on mute?
No, Your Honor.
Can you mute your mic? Okay.
This is all the same, right?
My mic, all the mics are connected with one.
Okay, so when our public defender hits her mic, it sounds like there's explosions happening in our courtroom. I'm not sure why it's doing it, but we'll do our best. Okay, so, ma'am, you're charged with a third-degree felony grand theft. Bond is set at $1,500. I did review the officer's affidavit and find probable cause to support the charge. There's also, it looks like there's a warrant here. So it looks like that they actually charged you in 21 CF 2796. Yeah, so this is a warrant from. So yeah, $1,500 is the bond that was set by Judge Karsten. All right, that'll be it.
Where's the warrant at? Where do I have a warrant at?
You have a warrant out of Osceola County from Circuit Judge Karsten. It looks like he found probable cause exists, and he signed that warrant on September 28th, 2021. So that's case number 21 CF 2796.
What kind of warrant is that?
You mean what's it for?
Yeah.
Grand theft of the third degree.
Is that the same charge?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor,
Yes,
the
this is-
defense is asking for this client to be ROR'd. She doesn't have a job and she lives in Fort Lauderdale.
That'll be denied. This is a warrant from the circuit court judge from 2021. That's something you may want to bring to Judge Karsten's attention.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Do I have a new court for that or no? Do I have a court for that?
See, now what's going to happen, she hits it and then it goes,
Sorry.
boom. It's okay. I'm getting PTSD from when you hit that button.
I apologize, Your Honor.
All right, so it's okay. Oh.
That's what he said, yeah.
All right, and make sure, man, make sure the record shows that I appointed the public defender so you can help her. All right, Anthony Crosby. State your name, please.
Anthony Crosby.
All right, sir, you're being held on a failure to appear on written promise, case number 2020 CF 2815. You will be held until your appearance before Judge Nix Walker with regard to that failure to appear. Thank you, sir.
Is there, because it was miscommunication on me and my public defender, and they had the wrong address in my numbers and stuff, so.
I suggest you're going to have to bring that before Judge Nix Walker, okay? Because that's this is a judge's ruling that I'm not going to disturb. Yeah, and I'll appoint the public defender for you, sir. All right, next case I have is Jefferson Feliciano. You state your name, please.
Jefferson Feliciano.
All right, sir, you're being held on a violation of probation in case number 2020 CF 858. You're being held on a zero bond issued by the court, and you will be held until you appear before Judge Karsten on that charge. Thank you, sir. Yeah. That's all. All right, let's move on. Okay, next case I have is Andrew Galley.
Your Honor, the defense would waive the reading of the charges.
Okay. All right, State, without disclosing the charges, what are your thoughts about a bond in this case, if any?
I'm just looking to get a reasonable.
Yeah, I don't want you to talk to me, sir. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. So if you're going to say anything, you should probably run it by your attorney first.
Your Honor, the state would object to a bond.
Okay. I'll ask Ms. Cano, your response?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Galley has a full-time job, and we would ask for a bond if it's warranted, a elevated bond, but he does work and he needs to get back to his job if that's if the court would allow that.
Yeah. All right, based on the nature of the charges, the court finds that there is no bond that would be appropriate in order to protect the victim or the public without further information, such as a bond hearing that would require the taking of evidence. I have appointed the public defender to represent the defendant, and I encourage the public defender to bring this matter for a bond hearing before the assigned judge so that an appropriate bond, if any, can be determined.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Elijah Howard.
Your Honor, will you be ordering no contact from Mr. Galley?
Well, yeah, I mean, there should be no contact at all. So even by phone, but that would be with the victim or the victim's family. All right. You say, please.
Elijah Howard.
All right, sir, you are being held based on a warrant out of Polk County. The warrant requires us to hold you until Polk County comes and transports you. And there is a zero bond on that warrant. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. Michael Muscott.
Your Honor, he was combative and he refused to come.
All right, reset him for tomorrow. Thank you. Next up, we have Christian Rodriguez. You say your name, please?
Christian Rodriguez.
All right, sir, you're being held on a failure to appear on written promise in case number 2021 CT 2386. There is a bond on that failure to appear of $250. The court will not disturb that bond. If you don't pay, if you don't bond out, you'll have a hearing before Judge Epperson to answer as to the FTA. If you do bond out, you'll get a court date likely in the mail, okay?
Your Honor, the defense would like to request ROR in this case.
No. The court's not going to disturb Judge Epperson's determination where he had facts that are not before me now that he made to come up with that number, okay?
What about credit for all time served from Polk County?
Okay.
Yeah. No, thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Next case I have is Kevin Rodriguez. You state your name, please?
Kevin Rodriguez.
All right, sir, you're being held on an out-of-county warrant, which is out of Orange County. Orange County has been advised that you're being held, and they will transport you. There is a bond on that of $1,000. So you'll either be held until they transport you to Orange, or you can bond out at $1,000.
Through here?
Thank you, sir. Excuse me, sir?
Through here?
Yeah, they'll explain to you how to do that if you want to bond out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, next case I have is Scott Walsh. You state your name, please?
Scott Walsh.
Sir, you're being held on a trespass after warning. Bond amount has been issued at $500. Based on the, let's see. Based on the report that there was a trespass warning and then you were trespassed, the court finds probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense would like to request ROR in this case due to the low risk of this trespass.
Response?
The state has no objection, Your Honor.
All right, the court will ROR the defendant with the requirement that he not return to the scene where you were trespassed, okay? All right. Next case I have is Monica Anderson.
Your Honor, she's in the hospital.
Okay, should we reset that, or is this a long-term thing?
More information about that. Yeah, I guess we could reset it. We don't know how long she's going to be there.
Okay, that's fine. We'll reset it. Next case I have is John Biggs. You say your name, please?
John Biggs.
All right, sir, you're being held on criminal mischief of $1,000 or more. Bond has been set at $1,000. I did review the information that was provided by the officer. There appears to be probable cause to support the charge. Bond is $1,000. Are you asking to be represented by the public defender's office?
Yes, sir.
All right, the court will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and that'll be it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right, next case is Markel Gerardo. You state your name, please?
Markel Gerardo.
All right, sir, you're being held on a violation of probation in case number 2020 CF 996. You're being held on a zero bond. You will be held until you appear before Judge Karsten, Circuit Judge in Osceola County. Thank you, sir. Next case is Anthony Miller. You state your name, please?
Anthony Miller.
All right, sir, you're being held on an out-of-county warrant. That is out of Orange County, Florida, and that's in case number 2022 CF 42110. You will be held until such time that you are transported to Orange County and you appear before the assigned judge. Thank you. Next case is Luis Nunez. You state your name, please.
Luis Nunez.
All right, sir, you're being held on an out-of-county warrant out of Palm Beach County, warrant number 21-009230. You will be held until such time that Palm Beach County is notified and transports you. There is a bond associated with this for $5,000. So you can bond out at $5,000 or, oh, we have another one, yeah. So you can bond out at $5,000 on that. There's a second one here, which is an out-of-county warrant, which is out of Palm Beach County, and that's in a different case. That's in a different case, but that warrant has a zero bond attached to it, and that's why. So you've got two out-of-county warrants. One, there's a bond for $5,000. One, there's a bond at zero. So there's a good chance they're probably going to pick you up, and you'll answer to that in Palm Beach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Next case I have, is there a Joshua Paul Brannon?
Your Honor, he's in the hospital also.
Okay. It says here reset the, so we'll reset that, okay?
Yes.
All right. Are there any other names I didn't call today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You all have a good week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Weekend. See you tomorrow.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. The purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if there's probable cause for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred, more likely than not you're the person who committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this afternoon, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings, unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your conditions of pretrial release this afternoon. That is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you've got a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit of the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or whether there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be, and if you'd like to have the services of the public defender, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you this afternoon. You do have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you do have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are recorded. In addition, there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom with me. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. Now I need each and every one of you there at the jail to please raise your right hands and be sworn. Y'all solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Outstanding. When you hear your name, you can step forward to the podium. Emerald Cheney. Afternoon, Ms. Cheney,
Hello,
what's your
sir.
date of birth?
32581.
Ms. Cheney, you're here on a charge of battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
I'll probably represent myself.
Okay. State any history?
No prior convictions, Your Honor.
Okay. Emerald, I have an address for you on Wabash Trail in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
That's correct.
How long have you lived there?
About 8 months.
And does Nikolai live there as well?
Yes, he does.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yes, I am. I'm a yoga teacher.
Okay. Emerald, I'm going to set your bond at $50. Condition of the bond, however, is that while this charge is pending, you won't have any contact with Mr. Cheney. No contact means no contact of any kind. You don't call, you don't write, you don't email, you don't text message, you don't contact him through social media. Don't go where he lives, don't go where he works, don't contact him through a third person. Any way that you might imagine having contact with him, I forbid you to do that. If you have contact and we find out about it, your bond can be revoked and you can be held without bond until the charges are resolved. It means no contact even if he wants the contact. So if you answer your phone and hear his voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and see him, you should turn around and run the other way. You need to understand that he cannot drop the charges against you. That's not a decision he gets to make. He may go to the state attorney's office and ask them to drop the charges. He may tell them he's not interested in pursuing this matter, but that decision belongs solely to the assistant state attorney that's handling your case. So unless that person or the judge on your case tells you the charges are dropped, you should assume they're not dropped, and you should not have contact. In addition, I have to hold it today up until 4 p.m. so that if you wanted to serve you with a civil injunction for protection against domestic violence, we'd know where to find you. If you get the civil injunction, it's doubly important that you not have contact, because in that case, not only could you get your bond revoked here, but you could get new charges for violating the injunction. As far as the home on Wabash is concerned, as long as he's there, you'll have to find someplace else to stay. You can go by one time to collect your clothes, your toothbrush, whatever you need, wherever you plan to go. However, to accomplish that, you must contact the sheriff's office first. They'll arrange a time to meet you there with a deputy who will stand by while you get your things and get going where you're going. I'm going to have you back in court on the 9th of May, all right?
May I ask a question?
You sure may.
regarding my son?
Go ahead.
I'm not prohibited from seeing my son, correct?
Not if it requires you to have contact with Mr. Cheney. That's correct. All right, thank you.
Okay, but my son can choose to contact me, though?
I'm sorry, say it again?
My son can choose to contact me?
Yes, of course. The only thing that can happen is you having any contact with Nikolai. For any reason whatsoever. We clear?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Amber Ebert. Afternoon, Amber, date of birth?
11/16/1990.
Amber, to have a warrant out of Sumter County. The judge has signed the warrant, found probable cause for 3 charges: burglary of a dwelling with a battery, petty theft, and criminal mischief. The burglary has no bond on it, so I will let the folks in, I can't change those, by the way. We'll let the folks in Sumter County know that you're here. I'll give them 5 days to come and get you, all right?
Okay, so I'm going to be stuck here?
You're stuck till you get to Sumter. You'll see a judge just like this in Sumter County, and then they can set a bond on that burglary charge, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Bridget Hoffaker.
Sir.
Want Bridget, date of birth?
11/22/74.
Bridget, you're here on a warrant signed by Judge Merritt. He thinks you failed to appear in his court on a charge of possession of controlled substance. As to that charge, did you have an attorney representing you?
No, I don't at the moment.
Would you like the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the PD. Judge Merritt set your bond at no bond. I'm not allowed to change that. I'll send you back to see him. On May 10th, the public defender will come see you before you go to court, okay?
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
on the failure to appear, we're just waiting on,
Say it again?
I'm in here on failure to appear, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So we go back to court on that May 10th, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm continuing.
Yep, you're good. Thank you. Amber Merritt. Afternoon, Amber, what's your date of birth?
12/1986.
Amber, have a warrant for you out of Hillsborough County. The judge has signed the warrant, found probable cause for a grand theft, and set your bond at $2,000. It's an out-of-county warrant, so I can't change that. If you can post the bond, you can get out of jail here, go down to Tampa, find out when they want you in court. If you are unable to post it, I'll give Hillsborough 5 days to come pick you up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Brendan Cowdery. Afternoon, sir. What's your date of birth?
6/18/97.
Brendan, I have several warrants for you. The first is a warrant signed by Judge Scaglione. He found probable cause for battery on a law enforcement officer and a resisting arrest without violence. The second warrant is one that I signed. I found probable cause for 3 counts: fleeing to elude, driving on a suspended license, and no motor vehicle registration. Finally is a warrant signed by Judge Vergara. She found probable cause for 1 count of burglary of a conveyance. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself, you can hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
I like the public defender.
I'll point to PD. State.
Yes, 2021, he was adjudicated guilty on a grand theft. 2021, adjudicated guilty on fleeing, eluding, and a duelist. 2018, adjudicated guilty of possession of controlled substance, possession of paraphernalia. 2018, adjudicated guilty on grand theft of a motor vehicle. 2018, adjudicated guilty on a grand theft. 2018, adjudicated guilty on possession of paraphernalia. 2017, adjudicated guilty on possession of paraphernalia. 2014, adjudicated guilty on unarmed burglary.
All right. And sir, I have an address for you on County Road 619 in Bushnell. Is that where you live?
Yeah.
How long you been there?
I've been there for about, I'd say about 2.5, almost 3 years.
All right. You working these days?
Yeah, I was working with my fiance's father.
Okay. All right, I'm going to leave your bonds per the warrants, which totals $24,500. All those cases coming back on May 10th. If you get out, make sure that you contact the PD. If you can't get out, they'll come see you at the jail, all right?
So, you said my bond is $24,000?
$24,500. That's in all 3 cases total.
All right. Now, may I speak about this battery on the Leo charge?
No, we're not talking about the charges at all. I just informed you of the warrants and gave you a court date, appointed you a lawyer. That is all we're doing today.
All right.
All right, thank you. Matthew Hansen. Any resolve today? Matthew, what's your date of birth?
9/18/83.
Matthew, the charge is trespass. If you'd like to resolve it today, you can plead no contest. If you did that, I'd sentence you to time served. And this is over. If you'd rather speak to an attorney before you do anything, of course you can do that. You want to resolve it with time served?
I'd like to talk to an attorney.
Very good. You want the public defender?
I think I have a family one, but I'll go to a public defender first.
All right. And any history, State?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2019, he was adjudicated guilty on a DV assault. In 2017, adjudicated guilty on assault. In 2013, adjudicated guilty on a DV battery.
All right. Matthew, where you been staying lately?
I just got back to Florida about 5 weeks ago. I was in Land O'Lakes jail for a month on another trespass, and I've been on the street for the past week.
All right. Are you working at all?
No. I've just been on the street.
Okay. Set your bond to $500. I'll have you back in court on May 9th. When you get out, make sure you contact the PD. John Mary.
4/10/1988, sir.
Very good, John. The charge is battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Represent myself, Your Honor.
Very good. State.
Yes, 2016, he was adjudicated guilty dealing in stolen property. 2013, adjudicated guilty on a petty theft. 2009, adjudicated guilty on false report. And 2009, adjudicated guilty on a grand theft.
And John, I have an address for you. I don't have an address. Where are you staying lately?
I was staying with a friend.
Okay, do you know the address?
3251 Welsh Street.
Okay. And are you working these days?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you do?
I work for a mattress company, home with the phone.
I'm gonna set your bond at $500. Condition is that you have no contact with Mr. Young. Did you hear me explain no contact a moment ago?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand it?
Yes, I do.
All right. Also have to hold you till 4 p.m. So if he wants to serve you with an injunction, we know where to find you. I'll have you back on May 9th. All right?
All right, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Milady? Afternoon, Eric. Date of birth?
5/31/1990.
Eric, you're here on a warrant signed by Judge Merritt. He found probable cause for a violation of probation. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
I'll hire public
Okay.
defender.
Public defender?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender. Judge Merritt set your bond at no bond. I can't change that. I'll send you back to see him. On May 10th, the public defender will come see you before you go to court, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Logan Nolan? Morning, Logan.
2387.
Very good. Logan, I have 3 charges today: grand theft, dealing in stolen property, and defrauding a pawnbroker. There's probable cause for those charges. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender, please.
I'll appoint the PD, Steve.
2022, February 2022, he was adjudicated guilty on a petty theft. He was given 30 days in jail for that. 2015, he was a retail theft from out of state. 2011, forging a script for a controlled substance, and 2011, false personal information to a PO.
And Logan, you were living on Cynthia Lane, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And are you working these days?
Yes.
What do you do?
I do deliveries.
What do you do that for?
Uber?
Okay. So Logan, I'm going to set the bond on all 3 charges at $1,000. That's a total of $3,000. However, condition of the bond is that while this charge is pending, I don't want you to have any contact with Kimberly Huhouse-Zakel. Did you hear me explain no contact earlier?
Yes.
And you understood that?
Yes.
All right. I will let you go by the Cynthia Lane address one time to grab your clothes, your toothbrush, whatever you need. But to do that, you must contact the sheriff's office first. They'll arrange a time to meet you there with a deputy. I'm going to have you back in court on May 10th. Very important that you contact the public defender when you get out, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hector Sotomayor.
Doing today.
Morning, Hector. What's your date of birth?
December 12, 1978.
Hector, this is a warrant that was signed by Judge Vergara. She found probable cause for 1 count of battery as a second or subsequent offense, being domestic in nature. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender.
Appoint the PD, State.
December 2021, he was adjudicated guilty on a battery involving the same victim. 2021, March, adjudication was held on a battery, different victim. March 2021, adjudication was held on another battery, different victim. 2019, adjudicated guilty on a no valid. 2017, adjudicated guilty on a duelist. More driving charges earlier in 2014 and 2010.
All right. And Hector, I have an address for you on Bolger Avenue in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
Yeah, 2097 Bolger Avenue.
How long you been there?
I had my address is there. It's in my uncle. But I moved from there. I'm living in Destin, Florida.
Okay.
It's called Walton Beach.
All right. Do you have a job these days?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I'm a professional barber.
Okay. I'm going to set your bond at $5,000. Condition of the bond is that you have no contact with Ms. Vassalero. Did you hear me explain no contact earlier?
Yes.
Do you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Have you back in court on May 10th. Make sure you contact the public defender when you get out, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I got, Dale. Thanks.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. Purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if there's probable cause for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred, and more likely than not you're the person who committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me today, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your conditions of pretrial release today. That is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you've had a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit of the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or that there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be, and if you'd like to have the services of the public defender, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you this afternoon. You do have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you do have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are recorded. In addition, there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom with me. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. I now need each and every one of you who are there for first appearance to please raise your right hands and be sworn. Y'all solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, nothing but the truth. Very good. When I call your name, you can step forward to the podium. Melody Wallace.
Your Honor, she's on the way. There was a little bit of concessions needed from her other court proceedings, so she is actually on her way right now.
On her way where?
She's on her way to the courtroom. She'll be
Okay, yeah, because Judge Gaglione told me he dealt with this already, and he just needed to sign the paperwork, so that's what I'm going to do with her, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Dennis Casey. Afternoon, Dennis. What's your date of birth?
6/30/75.
Mr. Casey, you're here on a warrant signed by Judge Healis. She found probable cause for 2 counts, uttering a forged check on petty theft. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender.
Appoint the PD, state.
2021, he had adjudication withheld on a dual list. 2020, adjudicated guilty on possession of controlled substance. 2005, adjudicated guilty on possession of cocaine and possession of paraphernalia. 2004, adjudicated guilty on dual list and adjudication withheld on another dual list. 2003, adjudicated guilty on a grand theft. And earlier, again, a dual list and a DUI from the early 2000s.
Dennis, I have an address for you on Heckman Drive in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
No.
Where do you live now?
10013 Critter Lane.
Okay. How long you been on Critter Lane?
About 3 years.
You working these days?
I was working for Dodge Construction, or Dodge Landscaping.
Okay. I'll set your bond at $500 on each count. That's a total of $1,000. I'll have you back in court on the 10th of May. Very important that you contact the public defender when you get out, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Darling Contez. Afternoon, sir. What's your date of birth?
11/13/79.
All right. You're here on a warrant also signed by Judge Healis. She found probable cause for a violation of probation. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. And Randy, it says 180. Is that?
Yeah, he never reported to probation. Placed on probation 310, never showed up.
All right, sir, I'm going to leave you bond at no bond. We'll have you back in court on the 4th of May. They told you the 9th. I'll have you back on the 4th. Public defender will come see you before then, see if we can get your case resolved, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. Matthew Gillespie. Afternoon, Matthew. Date of birth?
July 22nd, 1991.
Hey, this is a warrant that I signed. I found probable cause for an organized fraud. You want the public defender on this?
Yes, please.
And you have other open cases, is that right?
I do not that I know of.
Okay, all right. State what you got.
2021, he was adjudicated guilty on a battery. 2018, adjudicated guilty on a duelist. 2014, adjudicated guilty on unarmed burglary. 2014, adjudicated guilty on another unarmed burglary. 2014, adjudicated guilty on possession of paraphernalia. 2014, adjudicated guilty on marijuana possession. 2012, adjudicated guilty on disturbing the peace. 2011, adjudicated guilty on 8 counts of criminal mischief. 2012, adjudicated guilty on 2 counts of criminal mischief. 3 counts of criminal mischief with the church or synagogue. 2011, adjudicated guilty on a trespass. 2011, adjudicated guilty on marijuana possession of paraphernalia.
All right. Nancy, I have an address for you on Gupton Street. Is that where you live?
It is not.
All right. Where do you live now?
Ronald Street in Spring Hill.
All right. And you have a job these days?
I do.
What do you do?
Work for BRW Contracting as a finished grader.
All right. Set your bond at $1,000. I'll have you back in court on the 10th of May. Make sure you contact the public defender when you get out, all right?
How do I know which one it is to contact, or just contact the office?
You just contact the office.
Thank you.
You bet. Dylan Morgan?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon, Dylan. What's your date of birth?
05/18/99.
All right, Dylan, this is an order signed by Judge Toner revoking your bond in case number 20 CF 1721. Did you have an attorney on that case, Dylan?
Yes, I did, sir.
Was a public defender?
No, sir. Private attorney.
I can't change that. I'll hold you without bond until the 20th of April. It's next week. You'll be back in court in front of Judge Toner. Make sure you get a hold of your lawyer and tell him about that date, okay?
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you. Timothy Peters?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peters, what's your date of birth?
5/21/72.
Mr. Peters, I have 1 count of ag assault on a law enforcement officer, 1 count of resisting with violence, 4 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer, and 1 count of trespass. As to those charges, you want to represent yourself, you're going to hire private counsel, would you like the public defender?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender so you got somebody looking out for you till you get your state any history?
No history, Your Honor.
Huh?
Jeez. All right, Tim, I have an address for you on Middle Fairway Drive in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
2 years, 2.5 years or so.
All right.
I don't know exactly.
Okay, are you working these days?
No, at the moment,
Okay. What kind of work do you do?
some pressure washing, just handyman type stuff.
Okay.
I think they're taking me out today. So, so it won't much matter about all this account stuff.
All right, so Tim, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000 on the 6 felonies, $1,000 on the misdemeanors. That's a total of $13,000. I'm going to have you back in court on the 10th of May. If you're able to bond out, you should contact the public defender's office. If you can't bond out, they're going to come see you at the jail before court, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Michael Vickers? Afternoon, Mr. Vickers. What's your date of birth?
01/21/1994.
Mr. Vickers, you're here on a warrant signed by Judge Toner. He found probable cause for a violation of probation. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender, sir.
I'll appoint the PD. Judge Toner set your bond at no bond. I can't change that. I will change the date to May 5th. So you'll be back in front of Judge Toner on the 5th, and the public defender will come see you before that, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Wilson?
Attorney of record, Jacob Wilson, appearing for the person, Jacob Wilson.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
11/3/79.
Charges battery on a law enforcement officer. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire a private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Do you have me as the attorney of record in this matter?
See, Jacob, all of that stuff works wherever you're from, but it doesn't work here. Here, it's my rules. If you want an attorney to represent you, say so. If you don't, that's fine too.
Only a fool would represent themselves.
And there you go. I'll appoint the public defender. Any history state?
I do not want a public defender.
Okay, I won't appoint the public defender. Any history state?
Yes, Your Honor. 2022 March adjudication was
Do
withheld
you
on
have me as
trespass.
the power of attorney?
Be quiet!
Matter. I will not be quiet.
All right, I'm going to hold you without bond because you won't participate in the first appearance. I'll have you back in court on the 10th of May. Thank you. Sit down. Donald Miller.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Miller. Date of birth?
4980, sir.
All right, Mr. Miller, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 7 warrants for failing to appear that were signed by Judge Merritt. Did you have attorneys on those cases, Donald?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. These are 2018 cases in which I was under the impression that they were dropped. I mean,
Okay, well, hang on, Donald. Was your lawyer a public defender or a private lawyer?
Regional counsel, sir.
Okay.
DX officer.
So I'll reappoint them. We're kind of stuck right now because Judge Merritt signed these warrants and set the bond at no bond. I'm not allowed to change that. All I can do is send you back to see Judge Merritt on the 10th of May. A lawyer will come see you before you go back to court, and then you can explain all this to Judge Merritt, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That's all I got, Joe. Thank you.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
All right, good afternoon, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. Purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if there's probable cause for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred, more likely than not you're the person who committed the crime. Of course, as you stand before me this afternoon, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your conditions of pretrial release today. That is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you've got a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit for the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or whether there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be, and if you'd like to have the services of the public defender, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you today. You do have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you do have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are recorded. In addition, I have a pair of assistant state attorneys in the courtroom with me this afternoon. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. And now I need each and every one of you there at the jail to please raise your right hands and be sworn. You all solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Outstanding. When you hear your name called, please step forward to the podium. Media Kirkpatrick. Afternoon, miss. What's your date of birth?
8895.
All right, ma'am. I have a total of 6 charges today. I have possession of controlled substance with intent, 2 counts of possession of controlled substance, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a count of possession of methamphetamine, and an additional count of possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause for all those charges. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. Do you plan to hire a private attorney, or would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Appoint me one right now.
Pardon me?
Can you appoint me one right
I
now?
sure will. I'll appoint the public defender, State.
Yes, Your Honor, she has a prior conviction for possession of a controlled substance in 2019.
Okay. And ma'am, I have an address for you now. Looks like Ostrom Way. Is that where you're staying?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
2 years.
All right. And are you working these days?
I actually just had an interview yesterday.
What kind of
And
work
I'll be
was it?
DoorDash. It was for a house, but I do DoorDash too.
Okay. All right, so I have the possession with intent. I'll set the bond on that at 10,000 on each of the 3 controlled substances. I got 2 controlled substances and a methamphetamine. I'll set those at 2,000 apiece. Let's see. And the 2 paraphernalia is at 1,000 apiece. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is going to be a total of 10, 12, 14, 16, $18,000 all the way around. You'll be back in court on the 19th of May. If you're able to bond out, you should contact the public defender right away, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sky O'Vera?
Hello.
Morning, Sky. What's your date of birth?
January 29th, 1995.
All right. Charge today is a trespass. There's probable cause for the charge. And state she has an open misdemeanor already, right?
Yes, she does.
Is it on Monday? Is there a wrap-up offer?
Your Honor, I'm sure we'll have one by Monday.
By Monday. All right. So Sky, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire the private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Yes, please.
Public defender. Any history, state?
Oh, Your Honor, she has a huge history.
That's what I thought.
A lot of trespasses within the last year or two. There is a...
Well, I should have papers.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
So that's not...
That's okay.
I'll say there's a grand theft in 20. There is withhold on a
That's
burnt
okay.
structure.
I'm gonna recommit her till Monday anyway, and then we can figure out a wrap-up offer. She just
Yes,
has the
right.
2 open though, right?
Yes.
All right, Sky, where you been living lately?
I'm between places right now, but since I just got this trespassing, I still just have no receipt that says no trespassing for the 330 Key Drive, but I've actually been staying in this neighborhood off of Morrison.
Okay. Are you working, Sky? Do you have a job?
I'm currently unemployed, but I'm looking for a job.
Okay.
Honestly.
So Sky, what I'm going to do on this charge, I'm going to set the bond at $1,000 and move it to the 25th of April. That's Monday. That's where your other case is. But your other case, which is 22 MM817, I'm going to revoke your bond. In that case, we're going to hold you without bond, so you're not getting out until Monday, when both of your cases will be back here in front of me. You'll have a chance to talk to a PD before that. Hopefully we can get both of your cases resolved on Monday. But between now and Monday, I'm going to keep you in the jail, and then on Monday we'll have both your cases back, all right?
All right, can I go home?
Not today. We'll see you about Monday.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Tasha Stevens.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Stevens, what's your date of birth?
8685.
Natasha, you're here on a charge of battery being domestic in nature. It's a felony battery. There's probable cause for that charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
I have a lawyer already.
All right. You know where you're at today?
The jailhouse.
Okay. Does your lawyer know where you're at?
No, he don't.
Okay. And state any history?
Yes, Your Honor, she has an open case that actually was on Judge Toner's docket for today.
Has it been heard?
I don't know, Judge.
Oh, they moved it.
Say that should be 21 CF
89.
89. That was also a battery. Looks like a depriving a means of communication to an officer.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. And Your Honor, she has a prior battery conviction, looks like back in 2000, oh, I'm sorry, that was dropped.
That's good. So, Natasha, here's what I'm going to do. On this case, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. Condition of the bond is that you have no contact. Let's see. With Belinda Stevens. The other thing I'm going to do, if you have an open case and you picked up a new criminal charge, job number one when you have an open case and you pick up a new, and you're out on bond, is don't pick up new criminal charges. It appears to me you have. So pursuant to Florida Statute 903.0471, I'm going to revoke your bond in 21 CF 89. We're going to hold you without bond on that case until it comes back on May 18th. I'll send your new case back on May 18th. So you'll be in the jail at least until the 18th of May. Make sure you get a hold of your lawyer, or somebody on the outside gets a hold of your lawyer to let them know that you're in jail without bond, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Troy Bearden? Hey, Troy, date of birth?
9/24/92.
Troy got a warrant out of Pasco County. Judge down there found probable cause for a violation of probation and set your bond at no bond. I can't change that. We'll let them know you're here. I'll give them 5 days to come get you, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. Anthony Gleason. Afternoon, Anthony. What's your date of birth?
February 7th, 1989.
Anthony, you're here on 2 warrants. Both were signed by Judge Toner. In each case, he found probable cause for a violation of probation. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
PD.
I'll appoint the PD. Bond on those warrants is no bond. I can't change that. I'll send you back on both of them on May 19th. Public defender will come see you before then, okay?
And, Your Honor, I see that he has, this is a docket case. Their arraignment date is May 4th. Any possibility of doing this on the 4th?
Sure. Anthony, we're going to move your case to May 4th.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep. Jerry Glisson?
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Jerry. Date of birth?
10/5/1980.
All right, Jerry, this is a warrant that I signed for failing to appear in my courtroom on a charge of possession of paraphernalia. State, can he resolve this today?
Please.
Yes, Your Honor. I was trying to read the chicken scratch on here. 12 months, withhold 12 months probation, substance abuse eval, random screens, fines, court costs, cost of prosecution, or he can be adjudicated, 30 days, Hernando County Jail, fines, costs.
Judge, you did have 3 days prior to this.
Okay. Okay, you had 3 prior. Now he's got 1 more. All right, so Jerry, if you want it, you can, of course, if you want a lawyer, I'll appoint a lawyer. If you'd like to resolve it today, you have 2 options: a withhold with 12 months of probation and conditions, or 30 days in the county jail. You've got credit for 4 of those right now, which means you'd have 3 weeks left to do. So you want to take jail, you want to take probation, or would you like me to appoint a lawyer and set a bond?
I'll take jail time, sir.
There you go. Raise your right hand, Jerry. You solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Jerry D. Watson.
Jerry, you understand by entering a plea today, you give up the right to have a trial by jury, the right to confront the witnesses against you, the right to remain silent, right to have a lawyer represent you, but you want to give up those rights so we can take care of this today?
Yes, sir.
Case number 20, MM412, as the charge to possess drug paraphernalia. How do you wish to plead? You can plead no contest.
No contest.
I accept that plea, find it was freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty. 30 days in the county jail, credit for 4 days served. Find a court cost is $575 and your costs of prosecution. But that takes care of it, Jerry. You just have to finish the time, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck.
Thank you, sir.
That's funny.
Brett Hawkins?
That's bad.
Morning, or afternoon, sir. What's your date of birth?
7/7/85.
Brett, I have a couple of things here. I have a warrant that I signed where I found probable cause for a battery being domestic in nature. We have a new arrest for possession of drug paraphernalia, and then I have a probable cause arrest for a violation of probation. There's probable cause for all these cases. As to these charges, you want to represent yourself, you're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. So Brett, the bond on the violation of probation is going to be no bond. I'll change that date to the 10th of May. It was the 19th. We'll move it to the 10th. I'll leave the drug paraphernalia at $1,000. That one's coming back on the 11th of May. On the battery, the state is their history.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want to know prior battery?
Yeah, for violent history.
Your Honor, he has a burnt dwelling in, looks like 15. I think that's about all of the violence.
So then on the battery, Brett, I would set a bond of $1,000 with the condition that you have no contact with Barbara. That case is also coming back on May 11th, so your misdemeanors are back on May 11th. Your circuit court probation case is back on May 10th. Public defender will come see you about all your cases before you go to court again, okay?
Your Honor, did you
They're all misdemeanors, aren't they?
What's that?
Are they all misdemeanors?
No, well, so the violation of probation case is in circuit court. It was in felony court. You went on probation for a misdemeanor. But you still have to deal with that in the court that you started in, okay? So that will be dealt with differently. I'll be your judge on the two new misdemeanors, okay?
Okay, so what's the date on them? The 10th and 11th?
The 10th is the case in circuit court, and the misdemeanor cases are on the 11th.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, on the battery, what was the bond amount?
1,000.
1,000, thank you.
And Nathan Minard. Afternoon, Nathan. What's your date of birth?
12/10/86.
Nathan, you're here on a warrant signed by Judge Merity. Found probable cause for a violation of probation. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. Bond on that warrant is no bond. I can't change that. I'm going to change the date to May 10th. So the public defender will come see you before you go to court on the 10th, okay?
All right.
And
Thank you.
Your Honor, on his case, he actually falls on the D docket in front of Judge Merity. We either have court next week, which would be April 26th, or May 24th.
Okay. All right. So Nathan, I'll change your date to April 26th. Okay. Matthew Mosquez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Matthew, what's your date of birth?
April 18th, 1980.
I have 2 counts of possession of controlled substance, 1 count of driving under the influence. I think there's a warrant. This is habeas that I signed, so I already found probable cause for the charges. As to those charges, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD, State.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I'm sorry. He did. He was released from the...
Well, he's got a DOC hold.
Okay, I was going to say, there's a DOC comment on here.
Yeah.
Well, then never.
Matthew, you have a prison sentence pending, is that right?
Actually, I grabbed from prison.
Say it again?
He was grabbed from
I was
prison.
transported here
Oh,
from
you
prison.
came here from, all right.
Okay, that's what the DOC
So
comment is.
I'll appoint the public defender, we'll leave the bonds per the warrant, and get you back to court on May 19th and get this resolved, all right?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Travis Norwood? Afternoon, Travis, what's your date of birth?
1878, sir.
Travis, first thing I have is a warrant signed by Judge Merritt. He found probable cause for 1 count of arson. And then the second thing is a warrant signed by Judge Eineman. He found probable cause for aggravated battery on a pregnant female and domestic battery by strangulation. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender, sir.
Appoint the PD, State.
Your Honor, I don't seem to have that paperwork.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, I lied. Sorry, Your Honor. It's out of order. Yes, Your Honor, he has a grand theft in 16, conviction in 17. There's a driving while license suspended, also at the same time in 17. And it looks like he was released from the reception center. What's his release date? Registration admission. Sorry, I was looking for his release date from DOC, Your Honor.
Okay.
Not finding it. Looks like he's been to DOC a couple of times, Judge.
Okay. Travis, I got an address for you on Labella Street in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long you lived there?
When I got out of prison in May 20, sir. And
Right.
I moved there then.
Okay. Are
I
you
got out of
working?
prison in May.
Are you working right now?
I was working until I got discharged, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, he does also, sorry about that, he does also have a aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill in 17. Those are the charges he went to prison for.
Okay. All right, so Travis, on the battery by strangulation and battery on a pregnant person, I'll set the bond on those at $5,000 each, on the arson at $25,000. The total is $35,000. In both cases, condition is that you have no contact with Ms. Bowman or Ms. Griffith. No contact means no contact of any kind. You don't call, you don't write, you don't email, you don't text message. Don't contact them through social media. Don't contact them through a third person. No contact of any kind. Those charges will all be back on May 19th. If you're able to get out, you should contact the PD right away. If you can't get out, they'll come see you at the jail before you go to court, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Shandale Ridpath? What is their date of birth?
February 13th, 1972.
We've got three charges today. We've got a possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana. It's probable cause for those charges. As to those charges, you want to represent yourself, you want to hire private counsel, would you like the public defender?
Public defender, sir.
I'll appoint the PD, state.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the open case, by the way?
I was going to say, I was just about to look, he has a possession of a synthetic cannabinoid.
Cannabinoid. Okay.
And it's open.
That's the misdemeanor, 862?
I don't see a case, yes, it's a misdemeanor, Your Honor. I guess it's charged as a possession of marijuana. less than
Paraphernalia. The one I have is paraphernalia.
Oh.
Okay. All right, and then the other history?
Yes, Your Honor, he has a battery that he was convicted just in 22. Yep, just convicted in April 7th of 22. I don't know if he's on probation.
No, it's time served.
Okay.
I'm served. He has a ag assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill that was pled down, it looks like, to the battery. He got out of the reception center, Your Honor, in 2019, and that was for possession of a controlled substance. Very large history.
Okay. And Mr. Ridpath, where are you living lately?
I was living in 5432 California Street.
All right. And are you working these days?
Yes, sir, I was.
What are you doing?
I was doing fence work and remodeling.
Okay. On the meth, I'll set your bond at 2,000. On the two marijuanas at 1,000. That's a total of 4,000. Those are coming back on the 19th of May, and you still have a court date in front of me on the 4th of May. All right?
Sir.
Thank you. Charles Ward.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon, sir. What's your date of birth?
September 23rd, 1980.
Charles, you're here on a charge of battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Appoint, please.
Appoint the public defender, Steve.
Your Honor, he has previously completed PTI for other batteries. He does not have any other history.
Okay.
And he may, I can't tell if this is still open, it looks like he may be in a pretrial diversion for a Willis habitual.
No, ma'am, that was 10 years ago, if I remember correctly. I am not.
That's okay.
It's just clerk's office was showing as open. It's
Okay.
a 15 case.
Okay.
But other than the pretrial diversion cases, he has no other history.
Charles, I have an address for you on Whippoorwill Street in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you lived there?
1986.
Is that where Monique lives?
Monique lives between her boyfriend and girlfriend's house and that house. She has.
Was she staying at that house last night?
She was, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you working these days?
I am a part-time auditor and mystery shopper, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to set your, Charles, your bond at $500. Condition of the bond is that you have no contact with Miss Ward. No contact means no contact of any kind. Don't call, don't write, don't email, don't text message, don't contact her through social media. Don't go where she lives, don't go where she works. Don't have a third person contact her. Don't have any contact of any kind. Any way that you might imagine contacting her, I forbid you to do that. If you have contact and I find out about it, I can revoke your bond and hold you without bond until the charges are resolved. It means no contact even if she wants the contact. So if you answer your phone and hear her voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and see her, you should turn around and run the other way. You need to understand that she cannot drop the charges against you. That's not a decision she gets to make. She may tell the state attorney's office that she wants the charges dropped. She may tell them she doesn't want to pursue this matter. But that decision belongs solely to the assistant state attorney handling your case. So unless that person or your lawyer or the judge on your case tells you the charges are dropped, you should assume they are not dropped and you should not have contact. In addition, I have to hold you this afternoon up until 4 p.m. so that if she wanted to serve you with a civil injunction for protection against domestic violence, we'd know where to find you. If you get the civil injunction, it's doubly important you not have contact, because in that case, not only could you get your bond revoked here, but you could get new charges for violating the injunction. Now, as far as Whippoorwill goes, I get the feeling she's not there all the time. If she decides to stay there, you would have to find someplace else to stay, okay? In that case, I would let you go by one time to grab your clothes, your toothbrush, whatever you need, for wherever you need to go. But to do that, you'd have to contact the sheriff's office first. They would meet you there with a deputy who would stand by while you collect your things and go. Now understand, Charles, that the burden is on you, okay? If you have contact with her because of this shifting home situation, you could wind up back in jail without bond, okay?
May I address, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
May I ask that I be released instead of a bond for extenuating medical circumstances?
Well, Charles, I'll stop you right there before you tell me about that. The law requires me to set a monetary bond on this charge. I have no choice. So $500 is pretty much the bottom of the barrel. A bondsman will get you out for $50 or $100. I'll have you back in court on the 11th of May. When you get out, make sure you contact the public defender right away, okay?
May I ask one other question?
Sure, go ahead.
Is there any possibility with us having children together that this could be modified to a no violent contact instead of a complete no contact?
There is a possibility, but that doesn't happen from you. She will have an appointment with the state attorney's office, and she certainly can talk to them about that, but you can't tell her about it because, of course, you can't have any contact with her.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's all I got, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Your Honor.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Good morning, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. The purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred and more likely than not that you're the person who committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this morning, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the charges against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your condition of pretrial release this morning, that is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you had a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit, of the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or whether there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be. If you'd like to have the services of the Public Defender's Office, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you this morning. You do have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you do have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are recorded. In addition, there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom with me this morning. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. I now need each and every one of you there at the jail to please raise your right hands and be sworn. You all solemnly swear affirm, tell truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Outstanding. When you hear your name called, you can step forward to the podium. Nicole Martin.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Nicole. What's your date of birth?
8/25/78.
Nicole, you're here on a warrant that was signed by Judge Vergara. She found probable cause for one count of grand theft auto. As to that charge, do you plan to represent yourself? You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender?
I'll appoint the PD. State any history.
Oh, I'm sorry?
That's me.
Hang on a second.
Yes, sir. She has criminal traffic, a drug, a drug possession, marijuana not more than 20 grams, possession of paraphernalia, a grand theft, another criminal traffic, another drug possession, another paraphernalia.
All right, that's good. Nicole, I have an address for you on Oldsmar Avenue in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
No, sir, I'm on Blair Avenue now.
Okay, how long you been there?
Since I sold my home on Spring Hill, so I'm going on 5 months.
Okay, are you working these days?
Yes, sir, I'm an Uber Eats driver, and I work as a cosmetologist.
Okay. All right, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. I'm going to have you back in court on the 19th of May. Nicole, it's very important that you reach out to the public defender when you get out, okay?
Okay, sir, is there any way to do an ROR today? Because I do not have anybody on the outside that can help to get me that bond.
No, I can't do that, Nicole. I cut it in half. That's the best it's going to be. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Amber Renault. Morning, Amber. What's your date of birth?
Good morning, 7/18/88.
And Amber, the charge is driving under the influence. There's probable cause for that charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. State.
I think she has a battery. Trespassing. That looks about to be it.
And Amber, I have an address for you on Rockledge Avenue in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
Oh, a long time,
Okay.
5 years or more.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yes, I'm an assistant manager at Wendy's.
Okay.
I pay my dad's bills at his house in Beverly Hills.
Okay.
Because he's unemployed. And I take care of my 82-year-old grandmother as well.
Okay. All right, Nicole. All right, Amber, I'm going to leave your bond at the $500. I'll have you back in court on the 16th of May. When you get out,
Okay.
make sure you contact the public defender, okay?
Again, is there any way I could get ROR'd? I have to be at work.
On the DUI, the answer is no. You refused, and it's a second DUI, so no ROR. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep. Ryan Ahern. Morning, Ryan. What's your date of birth?
12/5/73.
Ryan, I've got 4 charges today. I've got 2 counts of possession of controlled substance, 1 count of possession of cannabis concentrate, 1 count of possession of paraphernalia. There's probable cause for those charges. As to those charges, you want to represent yourself. You want to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Probably just a public defender.
All right, I'll appoint.
Coworkers.
I'll tell you what, Ryan, I'll appoint the PD. If it turns out you can hire private counsel, that's fine, okay?
Okay.
All right, and state any history.
Yes, sir. He is a DUI 3rd outside of 10, reckless driving, driving while license suspended or revoked, 2 or more priors, refusal to submit, a criminal traffic, driving while license suspended, trespassing, insufficient funds on a worthless check, another criminal traffic, previous DUIs, resisting without violence. Actually, that's not him. He was a witness. Another DUI.
And Ryan, I've got an address for you on Drew Street. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
4 years.
And are you working these days?
Yeah, I own a landscape business.
Okay. All right. On the 2 counts of controlled substance, I'll set the bond at $2,000 each. On the cannabis and the paraphernalia at $1,000 each. That's a total of $6,000. I'm going to have you back in court on the 19th of May. Very important that you reach out to the PD when you get out, okay?
Okay, well, I was unaware that there was other stuff found.
Okay, well, that's something to talk to the lawyer about, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So I can't get a ROR?
Nope, you can't. Benjamin Bergenstein. Morning, Benjamin. What's your date of birth?
7/31/95.
Benjamin, you're here on a warrant signed by Judge Vergara. She found probable cause for 1 count of use of a fraudulently obtained receipt. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel, or would you like the public defender?
A public defender. Is there any way I can get this case resolved today, sir?
I don't know. Fate, can you resolve it today? Sometimes yes, sometimes no, Benjamin. So hang on a sec.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bergenstein.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's going to be a way for him to resolve today. It looks like he just did 10 months county jail and a significant amount of felonies.
Okay. Yeah, Ben, not today. They're not going to be able to. You want the PD then?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. And then when was that, Barbara Jones?
He was sentenced on several felony petty thefts on, looks like February 21st.
Okay.
His
Really? That's too bad. This is from December of 21. Okay. Ben, I got an address for you on Easy Street in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Not no more, sir.
Okay, where do you live now?
Nunez County Jail.
Okay. How long you been in jail?
December 23rd.
Okay, he's been in jail.
Time served.
What's that?
Time served.
Okay. All right. So Ben, with that case, I can take a plea and we can do this as time served. You understand by entering a plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury, the right to confront the witnesses against you, right to remain silent, right to have a lawyer, but you want to give up those rights so we can take care of this today?
Yes, sir.
In case number 22MM293 as to the charge of fraudulent use of a receipt, how do you wish to plead? You can plead no contest.
No contest, sir.
I'll accept that plea, find it was freely and voluntarily made, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 60 days in the county jail, credit 60 days served. I won't order any cost of incarceration because that surely got ordered before. Finding court costs is $550, but that takes care of this. Ben, if there's nothing, are you done with your other sentence, or you still got time to do?
No, sir. I still have a few more months, 4 more months.
Okay, well, we just took this off the table for you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. Good luck. Howard Malaki, or Malaki Howard, sorry.
Did you give him 60 days?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Morning, Howard, what's your date of birth?
November 5th, 2003, sir.
All right, so Mr. Howard, you have a number of warrants here this morning. I think they're all signed by Judge Vergara. First one is fraudulent use of a credit card. Then I have a burglary of a conveyance. I have another burglary of a conveyance. I have a third burglary of a conveyance, a fourth burglary of a conveyance, and a burglary with a battery. There's probable cause, obviously determined by Judge Vergara. As to those charges, you're going to represent yourself, you're going to hire private counsel, or would you like the public defender?
Public defender, sir.
I'll point the PD state. He's got an open case.
He does, yes, sir.
And then what else?
He has, looks like the open fraudulent use of a credit card, grand theft motor vehicle, which looks like that may have been dropped. He also has several cases pending in juvenile court, attempted lewd and lascivious conduct by a person touched by a defendant less than 18, lewd and lascivious conduct solicited by a defendant less than 18, battery.
The open case, so he does have an open case in circuit court though, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the offense date on that? Do you know, Jones?
I can get it for you.
Because these things are kind of all over the place. These are from February. Okay, those are all, that's after these are before.
This is, says on February 1st.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Howard, I have an address for you on Thorncrest Avenue in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
Since I got out of foster care on November 5th.
Okay. And were you working or going to school, or what was going on?
I'm going to school, and I'm still currently in 11th grade at Hernando High School.
Okay. All right. On the fraudulent use of credit card, I'm going to leave that at 1,000. And we're moving all of these states to Judge Schoner's docket.
Yes, sir. I believe
The 5th of May is what I have.
I believe it's 519, if you could just give me a moment.
He's got one already set on 5-5. That's why I was going to go there for arraignment.
The ones from yesterday are 518, and then he's got 3 arraignments that are set for 5-5.
5-5. I just want to put him there because it's sooner, that's all, because he's got a lot going on. All right, so the fraudulent use, I'll leave that at 1,000. The 3 burglary of a conveyance, 4 burglary of a conveyance, I will leave at 5,000. That's 21. The burglary with a battery, I'll set at 10,000. So that's a total on these of 31,000. I'm going to move all of these to the 5th of May. You've got cases set there already. If you're able to get out, you should go see the PD. If you can't get out, they're going to come see you at the jail before you go to court, all right?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
Your Honor, on the fraudulent, it's showing as a misdemeanor.
Oh, so it should ask that on a different date. That's right. That'll be the 16th of May. All right, Chad Martines. Want to start with your date of birth?
12/13/95.
Chad, the charge is battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll point the PD, state.
I'm sorry, who is this?
Martins. M-A-R-T-I-N-E-S. Jones, what's the open case?
It is a Willis with ex-judge on 570 and 9, and
Is that an arraignment, or is he just on a status? Okay. All right. And then state any significant history?
I'm sorry, they gave me somebody else's criminal history for him. looks like he has an open, simple assault in Pasco County. He has a DeWillis that's open here. A driving while license canceled is suspended in Pasco County. Possession, drug possession, driving under the influence. I think this is that's not him.
Okay. Chad, I have an address for you on Brook Drive in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Currently staying with my mother at 2067 Lima.
Say that again?
I'm currently staying with my mother at 2067 Lima Drive,
Okay.
Spring Hill.
Okay. And are you working these days?
I'm a property investor. I collect rent.
Okay.
On my properties.
All right. I'm going to set your bond on this at $500. Condition of the bond is that you have no contact with Ms. Dominguez while this charge is pending. No contact means no contact of any kind. You don't call, you don't write, you don't email, you don't text message. You don't contact her through social media. You don't have a third person contact her. Don't go where she lives. Don't go where she works. Don't have any contact of any kind. Any way that you could possibly imagine having contact, I forbid you to do that. If you have contact and we find out about it, your bond can be revoked and you'll be held without bond until the charges are resolved. It means no contact even if she wants the contact, so if you answer your phone and hear her voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and see her, you should turn around and run the other way. You need to understand that she cannot drop the charge against you. She may go to the state attorney's office and ask them to drop the charge. She may tell them she's not interested in pursuing this matter, but that decision belongs solely to the assistant state attorney who will be handling your case. So unless that person or the judge on your case or your lawyer tell you the charges are dropped, you should assume they are not dropped and you should not have contact. In addition, we have to hold you at the jail today up until 4 p.m. so that if she wanted to serve you with a civil injunction for protection against domestic violence, we'd know where to find you. If you get the civil injunction, it's doubly important that you not have contact, because in that case, not only would your bond here get revoked, but you'd get new charges for violating the injunction. I'll have you back in court on the 17th of May, which is when you're driving on a suspended license. Charge is coming back anyway. When you get out, make sure you contact the public defender right away, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. And Kenneth Roebuck. Morning, Kenneth. What's your date of birth?
3261.
Kenneth, I've got driving under the influence, driving on a suspended license, and refusal to submit to a test of your breath, blood, or urine. There's probable cause for those charges. As to those charges, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender, sir.
Appoint the PD, state.
Yes, sir. He has a driving while license suspended, another driving while license suspended. Looks as though he has an open conspiracy to commit racketeering in Sumter County. Driving while license suspended. Criminal mischief. Misdemeanor criminal mischief. Another criminal traffic. Another DUI.
There's a couple of them. All right, Ken, where you been staying lately?
Sir?
Where do you live?
Homeless.
Okay. You've been living in a car or staying outside, or what have you been doing?
Both.
Okay. Are you working at all?
A little bit.
Okay. All right. I'm going to leave the bonds for the schedule. It's $1,000 on the DUI, $500 on the license, $1,000 on the review. The whole total is $2,500. I'll have you back on April 16th. If you can't get out, the public defender will come see you, all right?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. And then we should have Mr. Noon there.
Yes, Your Honor, please,
Mr. Noon?
And, Your Honor, Mr. Noon resolves his felony cases with 24 months of residency.
Okay.
He has two charges here. One's a first-degree misdemeanor for resisting violence, and The other is a second degree misdemeanor, no valid driver's license.
Okay. Is there a case number or case numbers?
Yeah, the case number is 21MM2045.
2045, and that's both cases? 2 charges in one case?
Yeah, 2 charges in one case.
All right. So, Mr. Newton, you want to resolve your misdemeanors with time served today?
Yes.
You understand by entering a plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury, the right to confront the witnesses against you, the right to remain silent, but you want to give up those rights so we can resolve these today?
Yes.
Case number 21MM2045, this is the charge in count 1, resisting without violence. How do you wish to plead? You may plead no contest.
No contest.
That's the charge in count 2, that you operated a vehicle without a valid license. How do you wish to plead?
No contest.
I'll accept those pleas, find they were freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty on both. 60 days in the county jail on each count, 60 days served on each count. Finding court costs on count 1 is $550, count 2 is $8,800 for the public defender's office. I will not order costs of incarceration, as that was surely done in circuit court. Mr. Newton, that takes care of your misdemeanor. You're now free to go wherever you got to go next, all right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
And, Jay, I think that's all I got.
Thanks, Your Honor. Have
Awesome.
a good weekend.
Have a great weekend. Bye now.
Yes, sir.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
All right. Good morning, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. The purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred. More likely than not, you're the person who committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this morning, I presume that you're innocent to these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your conditions of pretrial release this morning. That is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you've had a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit, or the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or whether there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be, and if you'd like to have the services of the public defender, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you this morning. You do have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you do have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are recorded. In addition, I have a pair of assistant state attorneys in the courtroom with me this morning. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. I now need each and every one of you there at the jail to please raise your right hands and be sworn. You all solemnly swear affirm, tell truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Very good. When I call your name, please step forward to the podium. I have Terina Ayala. Morning, miss. What's your date of birth?
September 23rd, 1980.
Okay. And states the sort of thing she might be able to resolve this morning?
Judge, I don't know Miss Ayala. I assume the court does.
Yep. So, but, I mean, anyway, I don't mind either way. It's just sometimes they give these time served. And
I would be asking for a little bit more than time served, just based on our record.
What are you looking for? 10. Miss Ayala, you want to do 10 days and take care of this now, or you want to try to bond out?
I could hang out here 10 days. I mean, it's a trespass. I don't see why you guys are so hard on me. I made a call to 911 to help someone.
Miss Ayala, I'm not trying to be hard on you. It is what it is. 10 days. It's just if you wanted to stay and take care of it. Otherwise, we'll talk about appointing you a lawyer and setting you a bond. So.
I'll take care of it.
All right. You understand by entering a plea today, you give up the right to have a trial by jury, the right to confront the witnesses against you, right to remain silent, right to have a lawyer, but you want to give up those rights so we can take care of this today?
Yeah, I would like to take care of it.
Very good. As to the charge of trespass, how do you wish to plead? You may plead no contest.
Okay.
I'll accept the plea, find it. Go ahead.
I just don't have an attorney. I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. Okay. I Yeah,
Do you want to plead no contest or not?
yeah, no contest.
I accept the plea, find it was freely and voluntarily made, adjudicate you guilty, sentence in 10 days. I'll give you credit for 1 day served, fine and court costs is $5.50 and your cost of incarceration, but that takes care of it. You just need to finish the time. Thank you very much.
Judge, if I may, what was the time?
It's so ridiculous.
She may be entitled.
No, she's the only one.
Okay.
I checked. LeCedric Collins. Morning, sir. What's your date of birth?
8/27/84.
Sir, the charge this morning is a battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Yes, I requested for one.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender. State.
Judge, it looks like there's some out-of-state out of South Carolina, a 2006 hit and run, a 2009 paraphernalia, and a cannabis in 2012, but I didn't see anything else.
Okay. And Mr. Collins, I have an address for you on Academy Avenue in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
Almost a year now.
All right. And Mandy lives there too?
Yes, sir.
You have a job these days?
Actually, yes, sir, I do.
What do you do?
I make aluminum fences for Barrett Outdoor Living.
Okay. All right. Mr. Collins, I'll set your bond at $500. However, condition of your bond is that you not have any contact with Mandy Carroll while this charge is pending. No contact means no contact of any kind. You don't call, you don't write, you don't email, don't text message, don't contact her through social media, don't go where she lives, don't go where she works, don't have contact through a third person. Any way that you might imagine having contact, I forbid you to do that. If you have contact and we find out about it, your bond can be revoked and you can be held without bond until the charges are resolved. It means no contact even if she wants the contact, so if you answer your phone and hear her voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and see her, you should turn around and run the other way. You need to understand that she cannot drop the charges against you. That's not a decision she's allowed to make. She may go to the state attorney's office and ask them to drop the charges. She may tell them she's no longer interested in pursuing this matter, but that decision belongs solely to the assistant state attorney who will be handling your case. So unless that person or the judge on your case or your lawyer tells you the charges are dropped, you should assume they are not dropped and you should not have contact. In addition, I have to hold you today up until 4 p.m. so that if she wanted to serve you with a civil injunction for protection against domestic violence, we'd know where to find you. If you get the civil injunction, it's doubly important that you not have contact, because in that case, not only could you get your bond revoked here, but you could get new charges for violating the injunction. As far as your home on Academy Avenue is concerned, as long as Mandy stays there, you'll have to find somewhere else to stay until we get this case resolved. You certainly can go by one time to collect your clothes, your toothbrush, whatever it is that you need for wherever you plan to stay. To accomplish that, however, you must contact the sheriff's office first. They'll arrange a time to meet you there with a deputy who will stand by while you get your things and get going where you're going. I'll have you back in court on the 11th of May. Very important, Mr. Collins, that you contact the public defender's office when you get out, okay?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Dino. Morning, Richard, what's your date of birth?
11/30/89.
All right, Richard. First thing I have is a warrant that I signed. I found probable cause for a petty theft and resisting merchant's efforts. Then we have a grand theft and a burglary of a conveyance and another burglary, and there's probable cause for those charges. There's probable cause all the way around. As to those charges, Richard, you want to represent yourself, you're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'm going to appoint the public defender in all your cases, and then state it appears he has an open theft.
Yes, sir, it does. Looks like a petty theft arrest from March of this year.
And is that 22667?
I couldn't find the number.
Yes, right, it is. It's set for arraignment on Monday.
Okay.
What was the number, Craig?
667.
Okay. All right, so Richard, certainly on the warrant that I signed, it's eligible. So job number one, when you have pending criminal charges, don't pick up new criminal charges, certainly not the same criminal charges. It appears to me that that has happened. Therefore, pursuant to Florida Statute 903.0471, I'm going to revoke your pretrial release in 22 MM 667. So we're going to hold you without bond. That case is coming back on Monday in any event, so we'll have a chance to resolve that for you. The two new misdemeanors, the retail theft and the resisting a merchant's efforts, I will leave the bond at $500 on each count, but I'll have those back on Monday as well, on the 25th of April. So it's possible we can resolve all your misdemeanors on Monday. The other cases are felony charges. On the grand theft and burglary of a conveyance, I'll set the bond at $2,000 each. Those are coming back on May 19th. On the burglary at $5,000, that's also coming back on May 19th. So you'll be seeing a public defender, Richard. You'll definitely be back in court in front of me on Monday on the misdemeanors, and we'll see if we can get those resolved so that you can bond out on the felonies, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Joseph Byron. Morning, sir. What's your date of birth?
9/15/98.
Joseph, you're here on a battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. Do you plan to hire private counsel? Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. State.
Judge, looks like a 2019 withhold on sale of controlled substances, and then there were two subsequent VOPs, one also in 2019 and one in 2020.
Okay. All right. And Joe, I have an address for you on Kurt Street in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
Going on 2.5 years.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I work at 7-Eleven.
Okay. So Joe, I'm going to set your bond at $500. Condition of the bond is that you not have any contact with Ms. Dorsey. Did you hear me explain no contact a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Also have to hold you till 4 p.m. so that if she wants to serve you with an injunction, we know where to find you. I have an address for her that is not the Kurt Street address, so she's not staying there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So then, Joe, I'll have you back in court on the 11th of May. Very important that you contact the public defender when you get out, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Kai Marola. Morning, Kai. What's your date of birth?
2091.
Kai, I have two warrants for you. They were both signed by Judge Toner. In each case, he found probable cause for a violation of probation. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. Judge Toner set your bond at no bond, Kai. I can't change that. I'll send you back to see him on the 19th of May, and the public defender will come see you before then, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Paul Snyder? Morning, Paul. What's your date of birth?
12/26/1989.
Paul, the first thing I have for you is a warrant that was signed by Judge Merritt. Apparently, he believes you failed to appear in his court on a charge of possession of controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia. Were you represented by an attorney on those charges, Paul?
Conflict attorney.
Okay. So I'll appoint the public defender again so they can get you hooked back up with the conflict attorney. Judge Merritt on that case has asked me to hold you without bond, so I have to do that. We'll get you back in front of him on May 10th. And they'll start the process to get your conflict attorney back. And then on the no motorcycle endorsement, there's probable cause for that charge. I'm going to go ahead and set that at ROR. Obviously, you can't get out because of the felony case. And I won't appoint a public defender on that. You'll probably be able to figure that out on your own anyway. But that one will be back in front of me on the 11th of May, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Jill, that's all I got.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right, thanks. Have to see you tomorrow.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good morning, I'm Judge Amy Carter. This is Courtroom 1, Session 1. Could I have the attorneys place their appearances on the record, please?
Kathy Kennedy Swanson on behalf of the Office of the State Attorney. And Manuel Soto Diaz with the Office of the Public Defender.
Thank you. Sir, good morning.
Morning.
Your name, please?
Jose Arroyo Gonzalez.
Tell me that again, sir.
Jose Arroyo Gonzalez.
Oh, he's still here? How long has he been here?
7 days.
Oh,
For,
He was ready on May 7th.
so
And
today.
they were notified again on the 11th and the 13th.
Okay, I'm releasing him ROR.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. God bless you.
Sir, good morning. Your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Michael Elby.
Sir, you are here in case number 19MO900. If you were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, I do find probable cause. Is there an
No.
offer for,
Adjudication credit time served.
all right.
May I have a brief moment?
Sure. Mr. Soto Diaz, I apologize. Upon further review of the affidavit, it appears that he was actually arrested. It says state misdemeanors. I thought it was possession of drug paraphernalia, but it's resisting officer without violence.
That's what he's telling me right now.
Yep, okay. Sorry for the confusion.
He's going to accept the state's offer, Your Honor, and plead no contest.
Okay, sir. I just need you to sign the plea form. No. Thank you. Sir, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
I read the one I was given to.
Okay.
In there.
Do you have any questions about anything that's on the plea form?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
According to what I read, yes.
Okay. Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 5 days time served. You'll also have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. All right? Thank you, sir.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Good morning. Are you Mr. Johnson?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. This is case number 19M0913. You were arrested for open container. I do find probable cause. You were also arrested in 19 CF 6882. You were arrested for destruction of evidence and possession of drug paraphernalia. Is there an offer on the open container charge?
Credit for time served. Adjudication credit for time served.
All right. Mr. Johnson, did you want to accept that offer?
For the open container charge,
Yes.
just for that certain charge?
Correct.
Yes, I would like.
Okay. I just need you to sign the plea form, sir.
Okay, what about the other two?
I'm going to release you ROR on the other two.
Thank you. Okay.
The public defender's appointed.
I sure appreciate you, Judge. This is the best country in the world, by the way. Just, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson.
I ain't gonna say shit. I mean, nothing.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up on the form?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. I will accept your plea. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 3 days time served. You will have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. And then in the 19 CF 6882, sir, I am going to release you on your own recognizance. You need to make sure that your address is updated with the clerk of the court and with the public defender's office so you get notice.
Yes,
Otherwise, if you miss court, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest, sir, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I take that with me. Thank you, brother.
Good morning. Your name, sir?
Morgan Reese.
How about Mr. Kem? All right.
Your Honor, state will request that this is not get rolled again. It was behavior yesterday as well.
All right. Well, we'll reset Mr. Kem then for a determination, a council hearing in 7 days, please. Yeah, I'll stay the bond. There is probable cause. And you don't have to set that because it's an MM case, so I doubt that there'll be an information filed and we can't resolve it. So I'm going to appoint the public defender. There is probable cause and I'll stay the bond at $250. I'm Mr. Kem. And you're Mr. Reese?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, good morning. You are here in case number 19 CF 6877. You were arrested for criminal mischief greater than $1,000.
Oh, no, it's over 1,000. It was only 700 when I was arrested.
Well, okay. Mr. Reese, that may be true, but I don't want you to talk about that today, okay? Because it's all being recorded and it can be used against you later. Based upon the information in the charging affidavit, I do find probable cause, sir. I'm also going to order that you can't return to the St. George Church.
I wasn't planning on it, ma'am.
Okay.
I plan on going to court and getting this shut down.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to set your bond.
Can I just plead no contest and be released?
No.
Why? I haven't done nothing wrong.
because-
I fixed the door 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Reese, I understand your frustration. I don't have the authority to resolve your case today. It's a felony charge, so I
Golly.
can't allow you to plead. Okay, your bond is $500. Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna, This is ridiculous. I'm in here for something I fixed 2 weeks ago and fell apart when I shut the door. And now I'm being the only thing I have is my freedom.
I'm
The
sorry.
only thing I have in this world is my freedom now.
I'm hoping that for you also. These are all pleadable offenses. I don't see why
It's
we
strong.
can't
I
resolve
thought it
them
was
today.
going to the vent. It's okay. No, it's okay. I just thought it was blowing through. Okay. Well, it's better. It's an improvement. That's for sure. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, what's your name?
Van Michael Brown.
Not him. I just put him,
Vincent Williams, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I wasn't sure who we were doing. Okay, you're Mr. Williams, Vincent Williams, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were here in case number 19MM4025. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning, resisting officer without violence, and littering.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I do find probable cause, sir. I'll appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Mr. Williams?
Adjudication, 4 days, no return.
All right. Mr. Williams, did you want to accept that offer?
4 days.
Yeah, 12, 13, 14.
Today? Yes,
So
ma'am.
you'll
I'll
be
take it.
released today?
I'll be released today?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Williams, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No, actually, I don't.
Are you on probation, sir?
I'm not on probation. I'm on anything.
Okay, do you understand if you're not a United States citizen, that this plea will subject you to deportation?
I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm fine.
Okay. Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 4 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 3 days' time served. You'll also have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. Sir, you also cannot return to the mobile at 4683 South Orange Blossom Trail. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So, in other words, I'll be released today.
that's correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, your name?
Brian Brown.
Mr. Brown, you're here in case number 19 CF 6368. You were arrested for attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, burglary of a dwelling with an assault or battery with a firearm, and aggravated assault with a firearm. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did the state wish to be heard in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the four corners of the affidavit, to issue warrants submitted by Paul Ivanko, it looks like this defendant was having an argument with a former roommate. The former roommate victim opened the door. I guess this defendant and other individuals were trying to fight the victim. The victim then goes into his home, tries to shut the door. This defendant comes into the house, pulls out a firearm. Looks like there's a grandchild with a 2009 date of birth in the home. The defendant pulls out the firearm and it looks like points the gun towards the victim and fires a shot. It does miss the victim and strikes the hallway. The defendant then flees the house. Law enforcement responds, tries to track the defendant. They're unsuccessful. However, the victim is able to take them to a location where the defendant is known to be. At that point, the victim then identifies the shooter, the one that came into the home as his former roommate and the shooter. Based on that, Your Honor, we believe defendant should be held at no bond as to count 1 and count 2. A subsidiary as to count 3, no contact with the victim or any family members, no return to the victim's residence, no weapons, no firearms.
Mr. Diaz?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
At this time, I do find that the state has met their burden to establish that there is proof evident or presumption great based upon the information that is contained within the sworn affidavit for arrest, including the information by the 2 separate victims along with the physical evidence. And so bond on count 1 at this time will be set at none. Bond on count 2 will remain at none, and bond on count 3 will stay at $5,000. I'm also going to order, sir, you're not to possess any weapons or any firearms. You are not to have any contact with Theodore Patterson, Cordero Patterson, and you are not to return to 1300 South Lee Avenue. All right? Thank you, sir. How about Miss Haga? All right, we'll reset Miss Haga, please. And good morning. Your name, sir?
Wainwright Heron.
Mr. Heron, you're here in case number 18 CF 16468. You were arrested for 1 count of lewd or lascivious molestation on a victim less than 12 years of age, pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the 4 corners of the affidavit submitted by Detective Joshua Miller from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the alleged victim states that on a number of occasions between when she was in 4th grade, I believe in 5th grade, that this defendant, her father, did touch her underneath her clothing. She reported to a school counselor, who then they conducted a child protective interview by the CPT team. She said it occurred once every 3 weeks during this time period. At one point, the allegations are that the defendant had the victim touch his private parts, according to the victim. I believe they did try to make a controlled phone call. At that point, the defendant did not make any admissions nor denials over the phone. He just hung up a number of times. According to the victim, her father apologized to her a number of times for doing it, and then after 5th grade, he no longer touched her. Based on that, Your Honor, we believe that the defendant should be held at no bond.
Mr. Diaz, did you want to be heard?
No, Your Honor, not today. Thank you.
Based on the information that's in the probable cause affidavit, I do not think that there is proof evident and presumption great in this matter. There's the testimony, or there's the statement of the alleged victim. There's no corroborating evidence. Mr. Heron, do you have a passport?
I do.
Okay. You're going to need to surrender your passport as part of your bond conditions within 24 hours of release to the clerk of the court.
Okay.
Okay? Your bond would be $100,000. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. You're to maintain a separate residence from the victim, and you're not to have any contact with children under the age of 18.
Okay.
Okay?
Your Honor, may I have a brief moment before we dismiss him?
Sure. What else? Tracy Steplight. Okay, we'll reset Miss Steplight. Good morning. Your name?
Bohal William.
Excuse me?
William Bohal.
Mr. Bohal. You were here in case number 19MO921. You were arrested for open container. I find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender. Was there an offer for Mr. Bohal?
Adjudication 3 days, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bohel, did you want to accept the offer?
Could you repeat the offer?
Adjudication, 3 days.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bohel, did you read the plea form
Yes.
before you signed it? Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No.
All right. Are you on probation, sir?
No.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Understood, yeah.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court this morning?
No.
Sir, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail. You have credit for 2 days' time served. You'll also have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir. All right, thank you. Good morning. Are you Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor.
Sir, you are here in case number 19MM4066. You were arrested for trespass in a structure. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Was there an offer for Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Would it be possible to see if Mr. Brown could be screened for mental health PCR? Okay.
Trespass.
He's also out on bond on harassing telephone calls? Okay.
Your Honor, I just go up there and eat and relax. You know,
I know, Mr. Brown, I don't want you to talk about your case today, okay?
can I get out today? Please, Your Honor, I don't bother nobody up there.
Mr.
I just
Brown,
go
your
up-
bond is $500 in 19MM4066. You are aware that there is a trespass at the UCF night study. You cannot go there.
Man, yeah, but
You can't go there. That's it. There's
Your
there's
Honor,
nothing
the
to
only
talk
reason
about.
they're doing it, because I said the first woman on Mars will come from UCF. That's why they did. I would never, I like
Okay,
them.
I'm not saying that you said anything wrong, but what I'm telling you is, there's a trespass warning
Okay,
against
okay.
you there, so
Yeah, because
you
he's friends
cannot
with the
go there.
Orange County Sheriff. He told me, he said, we don't like you up here.
All right, but Mr. Brown, please
Okay, ma'am.
please don't talk over me. I'm trying to make sure you understand. You cannot go there.
Okay, I won't go up. Can't we work this out? I
No.
mean, like, couple months, can I go up there in a couple months?
No. And if every time you go, you're gonna get arrested.
Okay, no, I won't go up there, okay.
Okay, because if I see you back here, I'm gonna revoke your bond. You're not gonna be able to get out.
Okay, I won't go. You know, I just go up there and relax and talk.
I know. I hear you.
Because they're mad because I said the first woman on Mars will come
know.
from UCF.
So I'm gonna do $500 or mental health PTR if qualifies. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Oh, I can get out for $500 bond?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember what I said, the first woman on Mars will be from UCF.
All right, we'll see. All right.
No, we'll see, that's.
We will.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Kenneth Jeter.
Mr. Jeter, you're here in case number 19MM466. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning. I find probable cause and will appoint the public defender. Was there an offer for Mr. Jeter?
There is not.
Oh, what a maze.
Where?
What a maze.
Okay. You ride around on the bus? How do you get around on the bus? Okay.
Mr. Diz, if he wants to resolve his case today, he can always plead to the bench.
Okay. Your Honor, he'll plead.
Okay. Mr. Jeter, I need you to sign the plea form, please. Mr. Jeter, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you have any questions about anything that's on the form?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you on probation, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea would subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that
I
would
take medication.
Okay. Did you take it this morning?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's helping you to understand what's going on in court this morning?
I understand a little bit. I'm a little sleepy.
You're feeling sleepy?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like you have any questions about what's happening in court this morning?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, go ahead.
It's my brother. He bribed me in something he did and crossed it over to me. He got me in a lot of trouble that he got arrested for.
Okay.
And he want me being here with him.
Okay.
He put me involved with what he did wrong.
All right. Well, Mr. Jeter, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. I want you to listen to me. You cannot return to the Dollar General on Ivy Lane. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. They already told you back in March you can't go there. All right. You got to find somewhere else. Okay?
I mean, I got tomorrow.
You'll be out today. All right, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. You'll have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020, sir, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Costello?
Yes, that is my name.
Sir, this is case number 19 CF 6573. You are here for a determination of counsel hearing seeking the appointment of the public defender.
I'm representing myself.
Oh, you don't want the public defender's office to
That's
represent
right.
you? Okay. So I guess, I'm not sure, this is Division 11, they'll do a Ferretta inquiry in the trial court. So I'll take no action on this order. Thank you, sir. Good morning, your name?
Philip Carlton.
Mr. Carlton, you were here in 19 CF 5191. You were arrested for burglary of a structure. Also in case number 19 CF 5118, you were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was found for burglary of an occupied dwelling, as well as petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir, on both of the cases. 19 CF 5118, your bond on count 1 is $5,000. Your bond on count 2 is $250. You are not to return to 519 East Amelia Street. Your bond on 19 CF 5191 will be $2,500. And you are not to return to 1242 West Ridgewood. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I need to say something.
I would ask you to speak to your lawyer first.
It has nothing to do with that. I just got out of jail and I was sentenced to long-term residential treatment facility. I'm actually court ordered there right now.
Okay.
I'm residing at there. I have a job. I have everything.
Okay.
My probation. I just came from the probation office. She said that I was not violated for these because these are stuff from last year. They're trying to bring up on me. They never even filed charges on the last ones when I was in jail. They keep hassling me. All I'm trying to say is that I've been doing good and I have a place of residence. I have a job and everything. I was wondering if I'd be able to be RR today. That way I can continue paying my probationary fines and doing all my stuff that I've been doing, that my probation officer would verify that in my defense.
Sir, I don't have enough information today from your probation officer to make that determination. That all may be correct. I did appoint the public defender's office to represent you. They can file a motion in the trial court, a bond motion for you to have your bonds modified, but at this time your bonds are set as they are. Okay?
So there's no way I can be ROR today.
No, sir.
And how would I do a bond reduction? I can't even bond out, to be honest. I'm not going to be able to bond. The only way I can get out is ROR.
Okay. Well, today, like I said, sir, I don't have enough information in front of me based upon what I have. I see that you're on state probation, but I don't have any information about your probation case. I've got 2 new cases here. I'm not saying that what you're telling me is untrue. I just don't have enough information to be able to make that decision.
And
So-
would I be coming back before you, the same
No,
judge?
you won't.
It
You'll
would
go
be
in-
a whole totally different judge.
It'll be a different judge who the cases are assigned to. Okay? And that way you can have your probation officer come and provide that information as well. All right? Thank you, sir. Good morning. Your name, sir?
Jerry Cummings.
How about Mr. Chirico? Chirco? All right, we'll reset his case. You're Mr. Cummings?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you were here in 19 CF 6923. You were arrested for burglary of a conveyance. In 19 CF 6924, you were arrested for burglary of a conveyance and fraudulent use of credit cards. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir. Your bond in 19 CF 6923 is $3,500, and in 19 CF 6924, your bond is $3,500 on count 1 and $150 on count 2. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Grant?
Ms. Graves.
Mr. Graves? Grant bonded, okay. You're Mr. Graves? Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Graves, this is case number 19 CF 6534. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found for the offense of possession of methamphetamine. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir. And at this time, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You need to make sure that your address is updated with the clerk of the court and the public defender's office, so that way you get notice of your court date, so you don't miss court and have a warrant issued for your arrest, sir.
Okay, I'm currently in jail serving.
He's held on other charges, Your
Oh,
Honor.
he is?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. All right, well, I can set his bond at $1.
That'll work. Thank you, Your Honor.
How come I don't have any out on bond forms?
No, this is an add-on, Your Honor. This is an add-on. Very sweet. You very sweet.
Where? Oh, this? Oh, okay. Okay. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Prentice Jackson, ma'am.
Mr. Hanson.
Mr. Hanson? All right, we'll reset Mr. Hanson. Refusal. And you're Mr. Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, you are here in case number 19 CF 4960. You were arrested for sale and delivery of cocaine pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to set your bond at $5,000, sir. And then I'm going to take no action on 19 CF 4471 and 19 CF 2584. He had not yet been arrested when
That's
the
what we
date
talked
on the
about, yes.
affidavit it was issued, okay? Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir. Good morning, your name?
Sean Richardson.
How about Trunita Johnson? We'll reset that one. And Andreas Morris? Bonded. And you're Mr. Richardson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning, sir. You are here in case number 19 CF 6785. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I do find probable cause. I'm going to order that you're not to have any contact with Patricia Gonzalez. You're to maintain a separate residence from Ms. Gonzalez, and you're not to possess any weapons or any firearms while you're out on bond. And your bond will be $3,500. You're going to be handed a no contact order that you're going to need to sign, sir.
What do you mean?
I just wanted to make sure.
Mr. Richardson, did you have any questions about the no contact order that you signed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you did read it before you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Roman.
Good morning.
Sir, this is case number 19 CF 5765. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found for the offenses of dealing in stolen property, false verification of ownership to a secondhand dealer, and petty theft of $100 or more. I will appoint a public defender's office to represent you. I'm also going to order that you are not to return to 10500 West Colonial Drive. That's the Walmart.
Okay.
And your bond at this time on count 1 is $2,500. Your bond on count 2 will be $150, and your bond on count 3 will be $100.
Okay, can I say something? Can I speak, Your Honor?
I don't want you to talk to me about the facts of your case, but if
No,
it's
no,
a
no.
general question.
It's about another case because I was supposed to bond out yesterday,
Okay.
and then they put a hold on it because of a rehab that I was supposed to go to, and I ended up not going to.
Okay.
So they had a bit of bodily attachment because of that, and that's the reason they wouldn't let me bond out.
Do you have any information about that, Jenny?
Your Honor, it's an MH case.
He has to go downtown? Okay. Does he have a date? I don't know what case that is. Okay. Could you give it to me?
2019 MA 00046.
Oh, okay. All right, sir. Yeah, you'll have to go downtown and have that case heard.
Okay.
I don't have any jurisdiction to hear that case here today, okay?
Will they still let me bond out even though I have a bit of bodily attachment?
Not until you go to that hearing.
Until I go to that hearing? So I have to stay until I go to that hearing?
Correct. You do have a bond on this case that you just were in court
Right.
today for. And then once you go take care of the case downtown, you'll be able to bond out. And it's tomorrow.
Oh, except for tomorrow? Okay.
Okay? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jenny. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you Mr.
Bildad Tatai.
Tatal?
Yes.
Is that right? Sir, you were here in case number 18 CF 16743. You failed to appear for case management conference on April 25th of this year. Your bond is currently set at none. And I will appoint the public defender's office if they were not previously appointed. So are you also Mr. Sifrant?
Yes, Your Honor. They made a mistake in bookings.
I have 3 cases, Your Honor.
I do too, but he just told me that his name is.
Is that an AKA? Yes. It's
Okay.
AKA, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, sir. So you also have case number 18 CT 8345. You failed to appear for arraignment on your charge of driving while license suspended or revoked. Your bond in that case is set at none. You have 18 MM 8537. You failed to appear for your petty theft case for arraignment. Your bond in that case is $2,500. And then you have 17 CT 7935. You failed to appear in your driving while license suspended or revoked case for sentencing, and your bond in that case is set at none. I will appoint the public defender to represent you in each case. And I believe that's all. Thank you, sir.
He's already seen on the 19 CF case? Okay.
Good morning. Your name, sir?
Vera Cruz.
You said Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
Vieira Cruz? Okay. How about Mr. Terrell? Okay, we'll reset Mr. Terrell. Okay. This case is case number 19 CF 6919. Sir, you were arrested for grand theft, 3rd degree. I do find probable cause. You have 19 CF 6920. You were arrested for grand theft, 3rd degree. I also find probable cause for that offense. You have case number 19 CF 6970. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found for the offenses of dealing in stolen property, receiving money from a pawnbroker by false verification, and petty theft. Your bond on count 1 is $1,500, your bond on count 2 is $150, your bond on count 3 is $100. In 19 CF 6919, your bond is $500, as well as 19 CF 6920. Just wanted to see something. Okay, so. All right, sir. You cannot return to the to the Home Depot located at 13121 South Orange Blossom Trail. And at this time in 19 MM 2903, I'm revoking your bond and that will be set at none, sir. Okay, thank you. Good morning, your name?
Shamal Williams.
Mr. Williams, you are here in case number 19 CF 4957. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found for the offense of sale and delivery of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir. Your bond is $5,000, sir.
5,000.
Correct.
I have another question too.
Sure.
I'm on probation.
Right.
Right. But the thing is, this was before probation. Like I just
Started.
Yeah, I just recently was put on probation, and this came out of nowhere. Even my probation officer was like, "Why didn't they handle this before?" Because this just popped up out of nowhere. Like I've been doing good on my probation. I've been doing everything I have to do, and this just came from nowhere.
I see that the offense date in the affidavit is February 1st, and your
Yeah.
probation started.
The vehicle was the report that I'm working on, and they're going to do the warrant. That's per the officer. That's what they have there. So they're gonna keep
Mr. Williams, I don't have a warrant in front of me for the VOP. I see what you're saying, and it seems to be correct to me based upon the information that I have. There's nothing that I can do about that at the moment, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay?
So there's still a hold on me?
Yes.
For how long?
5 days
5 days?
for them to get the warrant. So you might see me again soon.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you, sir. They're doing a VOP warrant? Oh, I wonder if there's other stuff on it.
I can send an email out to.
Well, I don't know what else could be contained in it. It might not just be this.
Put your hands down.
So you'll sign.
I'm gonna put some
Okay.
cuffs on you.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Angelina Kramer.
Excuse me?
Angelina Kramer.
Ms. Kramer, you are here in case number 19MM4048. You were arrested for providing false ID to law enforcement, trespass on property after warning, and resisting officer without violence.
Yeah, Leah, on it. Oh, this matters, right?
I do find probable cause, ma'am. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is $500, your bond on count 2 is $100, and your bond on count 3 is $100. Thank you. Good morning. Are you Miss Dillon?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here in case number 19MM322. You were arrested for petty theft. I find probable cause and will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Is there an offer for Miss Dillon?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. This time I'll order pretrial release.
That's for no return, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you, Jesus.
Miss Dillon, just a second. You cannot return to the Walmart at 1700 South Orange Blossom Trail. You understand? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Sir, good morning. Your name?
Orlando Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, this is case number 19MM4065. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning and battery. I do find probable cause for both of the offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to order, sir, that you can't return to the Stars Club. You're not to have any contact with Victor Cintron, and you can't possess any weapons or any firearms while you're out on bond. Your bond on count 1 will be $100. Your bond on count 2 is $500. Okay?
Madam, may I have a brief moment, Mr. Gonzalez, before
Sure.
we dismiss? All right. You good?
Yeah. I'll take this.
Yeah, that's fine. Come on up, Ms. Griffin.
Good morning. Are you Miss Griffin?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're here in case number 19MM4067 as well as 19M0922. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia and open container. I find probable cause for both the offenses and will appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Miss Griffin?
Adjudication 3 days, Your Honor.
Okay. Miss Griffin, did you want to accept the state's offer? You'll be released today.
I'll be released today?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Just sign the plea form for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh, you're not quite done, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Miss Griffin, did you read the plea form before you signed it? They give you this form in the back.
I've done them before. My eyes are really bad, to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
But I'm aware of pleading.
All right,
I know
just
I'm in
Give me
trouble.
give Mr. Diaz a moment to go over the plea form with you.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Griffin, do you have any questions about any of the rights you're giving up this morning?
No.
All right. Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea would subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court this morning?
No, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty on both counts, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You'll have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. I'm also going to order, ma'am, that you can't go back to the 7-Eleven at 605 West Colonial Drive. Okay? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
So I get out today? All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hines.
Good morning.
Sir, you were here in case number 19MM4058. You were arrested for battery, resisting officer without violence, and petty theft.
Correct.
I do find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, sir. Your bond on count 1 is $500. Your bond on counts 2 and 3 is $50.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It is for no contact with the victim, Your Honor.
Mr. Hines, just 1 second, please.
Wait, hold on, we need to bring him back. We need to bring him back.
You're not to return to the Chevron on 601 North John Young Parkway, and you can't have any contact with Nia Patterson. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand that.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Keller? Sir, are you Mr. Keller?
Yes, ma'am.
You were here in case number 19MM467. You were arrested for petty theft.
Yes, ma'am.
I find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Mr. Keller?
There is not, Your Honor.
So that is, we run it and they don't always come back on this out-of-state stuff, so I'm.
So you just don't know if if there's a prior, is that the issue?
Yeah, well, Your Honor, we've learned that sometimes out-of-state don't always show up, and so then they have out-of-state, and then we let them plea out. So that's concerned with petty theft.
Okay. Mr. Keller, your bond is $250.
I don't have no family or anything around. I was hoping to just do a little bit of time for my mistake and be able to get out. I won't be able to bond out at all.
Where do you live, Mr. Keller?
In Citrus County, my grandmother's in the hospital dying. Like, I got no family whatsoever. I was hoping to maybe do some time and get credit time served.
Right.
I mean, it was a drink and Oreo cookies. I was just hungry.
I understand.
I wasn't like stealing electronics and radios or anything like that. I was just trying to get myself something to eat, ma'am.
Mr. Keller, is the 65 South Davis Street, is that where you're staying?
That's where my grandmother lives, but she's in the hospital. And
Do you get mail there?
Sometimes. I mean, for the most part, I'm homeless at the time right now.
Yeah.
I just found my uncle. He's in Ocoee, but my dumb butt went to Walmart and got.
I understand. I'm just concerned about how you're going to get notice of your court date. If
you send it to 65 South Davis, I'll be able to get it.
Okay. You have no way to post bond, Mr. Keller?
I have no way to post bond, ma'am.
I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, sir, but please stay in contact. I did appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you, so please stay in contact with them so that they know how to get a hold of you. And then we have this address here for your notice for your court date. Otherwise, you're going to get arrested when you don't show up for court.
Okay.
All right?
So how long will it be before court again?
Probably a month. 19 mm 467.
About a month?
We have a no return.
Yeah, Mr. Keller, you can't go back to the Walmart, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
At 10500 West Colonial.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Robin, I have a question about this one.
Yes.
Is this a mistake?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lever? Good morning. Mr. Lever?
Yes, ma'am.
This is case number 19MM321. You were arrested for petty theft, second degree, first offense.
Yes.
I do find probable cause. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. And there's no offer for Mr. Lever either? Okay. Mr. Lever, at this time, your bond is $500, and you are not to return to the Walmart at 1700 South Orange Blossom Trail, sir. Okay, thank
Your Honor, may I have
you.
a brief moment, Mr.
Sure.
Lever, before we discuss it?
Yeah, because that really complicates the situation here. Because they may or may not want extradition, meaning they may want you to go back or not, so we have to find out what they want first. So you were, oh, you're about all the way out to Tennessee. If they say yes, you can go on probation, then this is going to be a whole lot easier to deal with. Absolutely. All right. That's it. I need to get a hold of you after. How do I? No, you're going to get a letter in the mail by the assigned attorney with a pen, and you'll be able to call him directly. I'm almost off probation. It's a new. Yeah, exactly. You too. Good luck, sir. Thank you. Be good luck. Come on up, Mr. Miller, man.
Mr. Miller?
How you doing, ma'am?
Good morning, sir. This is case number 19MM 4057. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning and resisting officer without violence. I find probable cause and will appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there an offer for Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor, adjudication 3 days.
Okay, can I state the fact first? Okay, how could you be trespassed when you're non-comprehensive? I was asleep waiting on the bus to go to work, and bus 49 was late. So when the dude told me that I trespassed, I didn't hear him. I was asleep, and then the officer came and kneed me in my side and woke me up. That's what made me get aggressive. See what I'm saying? So other than that, I mean, I was kind of hoping to get a RR because I missed work today. I got beat up. I got bruises to show it for no reason. They wouldn't take me to the hospital to take pictures of it, and I haven't been in jail in so long. I have been doing awesome.
Okay.
Compared to how I feel.
Mr. Miller, I hear you. If
Yes.
you want to contest your charges, you absolutely can. Your bond is going to be $500 and $100. I cannot release you ROR, sir. You have failed to appear for court 14 times. That's the information that I have. So I don't feel confident that you would come back to court. So that's my concern. So you can accept the state's offer today of an adjudication of guilt, 3 days, with credit for 2, you'll be released today, or you can pay the bond and you can.
Oh, let's go. I'll take.
What do you
I'll
wanna
take
do?
the 3 days. Be released today.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I just was trying to state facts because like I got beat up for being sleep tired. I appreciate it though.
Okay.
I got nothing else to
That was
say.
all offered in allocution, Your Honor.
Ain't even got paid yet to pay no bond. Oh man. But like, if I wanted to, like, file a case against the officer who beat me up and stuff like that, then how do I go about doing
You
that?
need to talk to a lawyer. I can't give you any sort of legal
Okay.
advice, okay? I'm not allowed to do that.
All right.
All right? So hold on, we're not done. Mr. Miller, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any question about any of the rights you're giving up today?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court this morning?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You also have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020, so you have a whole year. And you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Okay.
Okay? Thank
So
you, sir.
I'll go home today?
Yes, sir.
Today? All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Good morning. Your name, sir?
Amar Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, you're here in case number 19MM4049. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning. I do find probable cause and will appoint the public defender. Was there an offer for Mr. Nelson?
Adjudication credit for time served, no return.
Okay. Did you hear that, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, I'll take it.
Okay. Please sign the form.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, Mr. Nelson?
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No, ma'am.
All right, so are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court this morning?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You can't return to the Chick-fil-A at 7415 South Orange Blossom Trail. You'll have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Okay.
All right? Thank you, sir.
She said 3.
Yes, Your Honor, the offer was credit for time served. You stated 3 with credit for 2.
I apologize. Okay, so I'll sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, State. I appreciate that. Sorry about that. I think like the previous 3 were the same. Good morning. Are you Mr. Perez?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, this is case number 19MM4046. You were arrested for trespass on property after warning. I find probable cause and will appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Mr. Perez?
Adjudication 3 days, no return.
Got it. Okay. Sir, it's an adjudication of guilt. 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2. You will be released today, and you can't return to the Chick-fil-A.
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. I need to go to that. I had a really bad traffic accident. I was in the hospital for 6 weeks, and then I was in detox.
Okay, let me ask the judge. Your Honor, are you inclined to take any action on the auto and bond cases?
No.
So she's not going to do anything.
So you'll be released and then you can deal with those cases?
Then I deal with the case. Okay.
Yeah.
I just need to call the court. Yeah, well, I was 6 weeks, almost 7 weeks in ICU.
Oh,
I had
okay.
5 titanium. I had 21 broken bones.
Oh, okay.
And a trach. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be alive.
I was about to say, it's a blessing.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Perez, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court this morning?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You can't return to the Chick-fil-A, sir. You'll have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. All right,
Okay,
thank you. Oh, and then it's to 18 MM 5681 and 18 CT 219, I think it says. I'll take no action on either of those cases, okay? Thank you. Good morning, your name?
Kevin Zarang.
Sir, you're here in case number 19MM 4059. You were arrested for trespass in an occupied structure. I do find probable cause. Did you want a lawyer to help you with your case this morning, sir? Would you like to hear the offer from the state? Yes? Okay. Is there an offer for Mr. Zimri?
Adjudication, 3 days.
All right.
No return.
I was gonna
Your Honor, would
plead
you
no
consider a
contest.
withhold of adjudication? I don't see any priors for him.
That's
No.
true.
Okay.
State will amend to withhold.
Nothing.
Okay. Does he not, he doesn't have to plead.
I'm not sure whether he's willing to take the offer. So the state's new offer is a withhold of adjudication, so you won't be a judge guilty of the crime. Credit for time served. The only thing.
Well, I get to leave. I'll do whatever to leave.
Okay. He's going to accept the state's offer, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was gonna pay him $100 last night, and they were gonna let me leave, but the guy started talking about, no, it's tripled, and you'd have to come up with over $1,000 to leave tonight. That's what he told me.
That's why I was asking you these questions earlier.
Well, I don't know the system. I haven't. This ain't. I know I look like it. That's what they arrest me on. What I look like. That's what all this is about. Is what I look like.
All right, Mr. You don't have to accept the plea today. You can always contest the charge. I don't want you to feel like
If I
you're
contest
pressured.
it, I have to stay longer, right?
In Orlando?
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I would rather not stay here. It's
Okay.
not a good fit.
All right, I just want to be clear that you're not being pressured to take the plea today.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So did you read the plea form before you signed it?
Excuse me?
Did you read the plea form before you signed
No, I can't really see it.
it? Okay, Mr.
It's some tiny print.
Diaz, would you review that with him, please? Thank you.
We have out-of-county warrants next, Your Honor.
Sure.
Don't the police, aren't the officers supposed to read me my rights?
Well, that's a complicated question, sir, and I can't really answer that
That's
for
what
you
I'm-
because I
I'm
can't give you
totally
any legal
confused in the
advice.
process I went through. They just grabbed me, they started making up stuff, and then it was basically, no, they want to tell me which bus to get on. I say, well, I don't want to get on that one. You're getting on that one. I say, well, let me go ask this van driver. No, girl, you're under arrest. So
I
I'm
understand.
kind of confused.
I understand, sir. So if you don't want to take a plea and you want to talk to a lawyer, that's
I just want to
perfectly
get
up
out of
you.
here. I'll be honest with you. It don't look like a situation that in favor of myself sitting around talking about,
Okay.
because the system's in place already.
All right. Well, Mr. Diaz, would you review the rights that he's giving up with him on the plea form?
Sure, we can step out here. Since I think we only
Sure.
have out-of-county cases
Sure, that's
following.
fine.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
You Mr. Glenn?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Glenn, you're here for an out-of-county warrant from Sumter County for driving while license suspended or revoked. It's days for violation of probation. Your bond is currently set at none, and Sumter County will come pick you up, and you'll see a judge when you get there.
I got like just two questions.
Sure.
One, how long will it take for them to come get me? And number two, right after they violated me, I sent 2 money orders off to pay everything.
Okay.
So it's like
So
I can't get a bond for them.
The first question I can definitely answer for you, they're supposed to come get you within 72 hours. And then the second question related to your bond in Sumter County, I don't have any authority in Sumter County, so you'll have to talk to them about the bond reduction when you get there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Thank
you. Good morning, your name?
Magalese?
Sir, you are here for an out-of-county warrant from Volusia County for the offenses of battery on a person 65 years of age or older and resisting officer without violence. You do not have a bond on either count. Volusia County will come pick you up and you'll see a judge when you get to first appearance, okay?
Also, same thing, 72 hours?
Volusia County is 72 hours, yes.
What happens within that 72 hours?
The corrections will notify them that you've been picked up on the warrant, and then they're supposed to come pick you up.
I'm saying if they don't.
If they don't, you'll come back and see me and we'll talk about it again.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
We didn't get to go over much, Your Honor, but I think he wants to continue anyway.
Okay. Did I give you the plea form back?
No, ma'am.
I don't.
So, sir, do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up today?
Yeah, my first question is, where's the $273 come in? Last night they told me I could leave for $100, and they said if you stay the night, you could wake up in the morning, go to court, and leave for free. and now it's $270-something according to Mr., I don't know his name.
Well, it sounds like he's talking about court costs, right? I don't.
That's correct.
Well,
Okay.
I could have avoided court last night. They told me this.
You wouldn't, no, that's not true. So if you would, what they're talking about is, so you came into the jail, they gave you $1,000 bond on the bond schedule. So you would have had to pay, I think what they're telling you is $100
yeah.
to bond out, right?
Yes.
That would not have resolved your case, sir. Then you would have had to come back to court downtown Orlando and resolve your case at least 2 more times,
Oh, all
okay?
right. That
And then
would've
when
been
you
a waste.
eventually resolve the case, then you'll also be charged the
All right.
$273.
The next question I have is, why didn't anybody explain all that to me? That's what I mean. I know nobody really wants to hear it, but this looks like a fundraiser. Like last night, I would have given that money and left. I would have probably been a convict on the run, because nobody told me they would took the money and let me go. I would have jumped the state. So then I probably got picked up somewhere, and they'd be like, "Oh, he's wanted in Florida."
Sir, I don't necessarily disagree with you.
But I don't know if I'm ignorant of the system. Somebody needs to explain it to me. That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree with you.
But I think it's somebody's job to explain it to me when they start grabbing me and put me in cuffs and throwing me around.
What do you want me to do right now, sir?
Let me go, miss. I need somewhere to vent my frustrations.
I see that. I'm trying to let you go, but I need to get through these last few questions with you. Do you want to keep going?
Yes.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to order that you can't go back to the Orlando International Airport as part of your plea. Okay, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. I'm going to sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You will be released today. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. You also, I'm sorry, I'm going to withhold adjudication. I misspoke.
Yes.
And you do have to pay those court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020. That's a whole year. You need to pay those down at the clerk of the court, downtown Orlando.
I'm not from Orlando. What's the chances I'm going to remember that?
You're gonna get
They don't
paperwork.
deliver my mail.
You're going to get paperwork. You can go online. You can probably pay your court costs online. But I'm going to tell you this, if you don't pay them, they'll suspend your driver's license.
Well, you don't want to hear about it, but I don't have a license.
Okay. Well then, okay. All right, sir. Well,
that's a
thank you.
whole
Thank
nother
you
thing.
very much.
Thank you.
You have a nice day, sir. Yes, actually do. Who, Terrence Gray is the first person I have?
Can we pass that? Is the attorney still speaking?
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
sure. That's fine. Sir, good afternoon. Your name?
Isaac Avilas.
Mr. Avilas, this is case number 19 CF 5387. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found for failing to report within 30 days. Your bond is currently $5,000. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and sir, you do have reporting requirements when you're released from the jail. Thank you.
So, plea or anything, ma'am, or?
No, sir, I can't take a plea on a felony case. Okay? Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
Darrell Blackston.
Mr. Blackston, this is 17 CF 12130. You failed to appear, sir, for a status hearing on April 26th of 2019. I'll appoint the public defender's office if they weren't previously appointed. Just 1 minute, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
William Bowden.
Mr. Bowden, you were here in case number 19 CF 6929. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of a controlled substance. I do find probable cause and will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond on count 1 will be $100 and your bond on count 2 will be $500. Thank you, sir. Sir, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Cozy, Arthur Cozy.
Mr. Cozy? This is 19 CF 6936. Sir, you were arrested for burglary of an occupied dwelling, grand theft, third degree, and possession of burglary tools. I do find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender. Your bond on count 1 is $5,000. Your bond on count 2 will be $150, and your bond on count 3 will be $150.
Your Honor, we ask for no return and no contact with any victims or witnesses.
Yes. Sir, you can't return to 1308 West Princeton Street, and you can't have any contact with any of the witnesses or the alleged victims in this matter. Do you understand? Yes, sir? Okay, thank you. Your name, sir?
Sheldon Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you were here in case number 18 CF 8220. You failed to appear for a status hearing on February 15th of 2019. Your bond is currently set at none, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you if they weren't previously appointed. I just want to see what your status hearing is for.
Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Have a good day.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Drug court, okay. Got it. Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Stephanie Marie Langford. Good afternoon.
Ms. Langford, you were here in case number 19 CF 6796. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant where probable cause was previously found for the offenses of dealing in stolen property and fraudulent use of personal identification or information. Your bond on count 1 is $5,000. Your bond on count 2 is $150. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victims in this matter. And in case number 19 CF 6667 and 19 CF 6706, I'll take no action on those cases at this time.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day.
Oh, thank you.
Don't let the door close.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moore. How are you? Good. How are you? Good, thank you. And you're here on behalf of Mr. Gray?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This is case number 19 CF 6927. Mr. Gray, you were arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence. I do find probable cause. You're here with counsel. Go ahead.
Conti Moore Smith is appearing on behalf of the defendant, Terrence Gray.
Okay.
And the victim is present, Your Honor.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, how are you?
Could you move closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you tell me your name?
Gloria Ann Ramos.
Okay.
Can we have her sworn in, Your Honor?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We're going to have you sworn in before you provide testimony.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Good afternoon, and what would you like to tell me about this incident?
I just wish to continue forward and not keep him from seeing his child. I wish for no contact and no hostility.
Okay, so
That's
no
all.
contact between you and him, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but you want him to be able to see, is it your son?
I want him to be able to see his child. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't live together, that's right?
If he wishes to do so, we do not live together.
Will the parents, both yours and his parent, be allowed to be the third party for child custody and child visitation?
Yes, ma'am.
This way, you two are not contacting each other, but you guys can each text each other's parents in order to arrange for who's watching the child whenever.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you have any questions, counsel?
No, Your Honor. Okay. Your Honor, we talked, Ms. Moore and I talked earlier about a $2,500 bond. No contact with the victim, no hostile contact for third-party communication for child custody and child visitation, no weapons, no firearms, maintain separate residences.
Okay, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so at this time, I'll set bond at $2,500. I'm gonna order that you're not to have any contact with one another, although, sir, you can have contact with your child and arrange contact with your child through either your parents or her parents. You are to maintain a separate residence, and you can't possess any weapons or any firearms while you're out on bond. Okay, did you read the no contact order before you signed it? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have any questions about anything that's on the order?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, you may, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Good to see you.
Likewise. They'll tell you, yeah.
What about Lisa Ecker
She funded, Your Honor.
and Lita Badafor?
She funded off.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, are you Mr. Owens?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here in case number 19 CF 6931. You were arrested for burglary of a conveyance. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond is $1,500. And you cannot return to 55 West 12th Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And how about Mr. Perez Roman? Oh, that's you? Okay. Are you Miss Sheridan? Oh, you just got out of order. Either one, okay. Mr. Perez Roman, this is case number 19 CF 6942. You were arrested for possession of cocaine, possession of meth with intent to sell, manufacture or deliver, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Okay. Is there any way to have a bond reduction or something? Because honestly, the way all this went down wasn't really, to me, wasn't legit. Like, I had a cop pulling out of me out of my car while I was asleep.
Mr. Perez Roman, just give me a minute and we'll get to
Yeah.
that part, okay?
Thank you.
Sure. All right, so find probable cause for count 1. I find probable cause for possession of methamphetamine as to count 2, but not with intent to sell, manufacture, or deliver, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Mr. Diaz, did you want to have him sworn in and provide testimony as to what bond he can afford?
Sure.
Okay.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Perez, are you currently employed?
No.
What source of income do you have right now?
I'm self-employed. I do like we buy junk cars, but at the moment the business is real slow, so I'm not making very much monthly.
When was the last time you were paid from your self-employment?
Oh God, about 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. And how much did you get paid in that instance?
It was only like $200.
Okay. Do you expect your business to increase anytime soon, or what would be the factor? What would change the amount of business you receive?
Well, to be a less competitive business technically. So since there's more than one person out there that does the same thing that I do, some people will underbid me.
Okay, so there isn't something, for example, say like some event that's going to happen in the future that would allow for your business to increase that you can see happening now? Okay. Do you own, or let me ask you this, do you have any money in a savings account?
No.
In a checking account?
No.
Do you own any stocks or bonds?
No.
Do you own any real property?
No.
Do you own any valuable personal property,
No.
jewelry,
No.
a vehicle?
No.
Okay, have I missed anything? Do you own anything valuable? Okay. Do you live in the area?
Yeah, kind of. Bithlow, it's Orlando.
How long have you lived in Central Florida?
Since 1989.
Who else close to you lives in Central Florida, starting with family?
My cousins, my aunts and uncles.
Okay. And what expectation do you have right now that they might help you pay for a bond?
Oh, they won't.
Okay.
No, they won't.
Do you have any close friends?
No, not really.
None that you know that would help you? with
No,
this?
I don't. No.
Okay. How do you expect to get to court?
I'll be my father, possibly.
Okay. Your father lives here?
Hmm.
And your father won't help you pay for a bond?
He'd help, but it'd have to be less.
Okay. How much do you think he'd contribute?
If it would be 10% of 5,000, I think 500 he could do. That'd probably be the most, though.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. State, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir. At this time, you will be ROR'd on count 2. Your bond on count 1 will be $250. Your bond on count 3 will be $250. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you about 2 minutes to get out of here?
Okay.
Good luck, Mr. Price.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, Ms. Sheridan.
Good afternoon.
This is case number 19 CF 6935. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of fentanyl, possession of a prescription drug without a script, possession of heroin, and possession of cocaine. I do find probable cause for those offenses. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And, excuse me. Did I ask you a question? No? No. Ms. Sheridan, at this time, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You are going to need to make sure that your address and your phone number are current with your attorney's office as well as the clerk of the court. That way you get notice of your court date. Otherwise, if you fail to appear for court, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest, ma'am.
And state objects to the ROR, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stinson. Oh. Oh, okay. What about Mr. Joseph? Mr. Cogan, did he bond as well? And ma'am, you're Miss Mateo? Yes. Okay. You were here in case number 19 CT 3648. You were arrested for driving under the influence. I do find probable cause. Ma'am, were you going to hire an attorney to assist you with this case, or do you want to see if you qualify for the public defender?
I don't know which would be best, honestly.
Well, the public defender is only available to you if you're unable to afford to hire a lawyer.
Okay.
So if you have the ability.
No, I was just gonna ask a family friend or something, but I mean, we'll just go the other way.
Okay. Are you working?
Yes.
Okay. How much money do you make every 2 weeks after taxes?
Collectively in 2 weeks?
Total.
Probably around like 700 maybe.
Okay. Do you have
600.
any kids or family members that you take care of?
A 6-year-old.
Okay, 700 every 2 weeks with one defendant? Yes. Okay, ma'am, based upon your testimony, you do qualify for the public defender, and I will appoint them to represent you. And at this time, I'm going to order pretrial release. All right, thank you.
We'd ask for no alcohol, Your Honor, while out.
Yeah. Ma'am, you're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol while on pretrial release. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
How you doing? Hello.
Tell me your name, please.
Oh, my name is Joseph Mayard.
Mr. Mayard, you were here for an out-of-county warrant from Lake County for stalking and obscene phone calls. Your bond on count 1 is 0. Your bond on count 2 is 1,000. Lake County will come pick you up, and you'll see a judge when you get to first appearance, sir.
I have no way of getting there. How am I going to get back home? This is an old case. This is since 2014. I never stalked anybody, you know,
Sir,
because she didn't want me to see the child, and I called her up and I told her about it. But I don't stay in Lake
Okay,
County.
just hold on. I don't know about 2014. This indicates it's a 2019 case. I don't have the actual warrant, sir. You will get that when you get to Lake County, and you will see a judge there regarding the allegations in this case, okay?
Wow, this is ridiculous.
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Corlin Vandersloos.
Ma'am, you were here for an out-of-county warrant from Marion County for the offenses of driving while license revoked as a habitual offender. Your bond is currently set at none, ma'am. You will see a judge when you get to Lake County. All right? Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Morris Lee Brown.
Mr. Brown, you were here in case number 19MO923. You were arrested for soliciting without a permit. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. Is there an offer for Mr. Brown?
Adjudication 3 days.
He has 2 days credit?
No, he has one.
Okay.
2 days, Your Honor, will amend to 2 days.
The state will amend their offer to 2 days.
And is there a resolve for R&R on this?
Are you wanting to contest the charge, Mr. Brown? All right. Do you not have any money to post a bond? You're shaking your head no.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
You live here in Orlando?
Yes, ma'am. Born and raised.
Excuse me?
Born and raised.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brown, I'll release you ROR. Make sure that you stay in contact with the public defender's office, and the clerk of the court has your correct address so you get notice of your court date, so you don't get arrested, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Case
sir.
number again, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Case number again, Your Honor.
19 MO 923.
19.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Dominique McNutt.
Ms. McNutt, this is case number 19 MO 924. You were arrested for trespassing. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Is there an offer for Ms. McNutt?
Adjudication, 3 days, no return.
I'll give release today.
I don't know. How much time does she have in one day?
Sorry, 2 days.
She's going to accept the state's offer. Your
Okay.
Honor.
And Ms. McNutt, it's 2 days is the offer. Excuse me, thanks. Ms. McNutt, did you read the plea form before you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights you're giving up?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right, ma'am. I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 1 day in the Orange County Jail with, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 1 day time served. You can't return to the Circle K at 4305 North Pine Hills Road. You'll have to pay court costs. Those need to be paid by May 15th of 2020, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, I recall. Yes, Mr. Showers. You were reset from yesterday. You were trying to get in touch with your lawyer.
My name's Joseph A. Shower, and my lawyer is in a different county doing a different case right now,
Okay.
and he wasn't able to make it.
I understand.
He asked me to see if there was some kind of bond that I could post to be released.
Okay.
Because I believe there was a hold on the first one, and so he asked me to go by
Okay.
that advice.
So you are here. You have case number 19 CT 514. That's a refusal to submit to a blood alcohol level test. And you also have 19 CT 515, which is a DUI with property damage. I do find probable cause for both of those offenses. Your bond in 19 CT 514 is $100. Your bond in 19 CT 515 is $1,000. You also are out on bond for DUI and driving while license suspended in 19 CT 190, and you're on pretrial release for that case, sir.
State requests that bond be revoked, Your Honor. He'll be held at no bond.
Yes, correct. I have the orders here. Thank you. At this time, Mr. Chower, I am going to revoke your pretrial release. I will set bond at none at this time. You can get in contact with your lawyer and he can file any appropriate motion.
Okay, so no bond?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.